And we're back. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone had a good night, or if you're from the EU, I guess, hope you had a good morning. Or if you're from elsewhere in the world, awesome. I'm gonna hang out here on the title screen for a few minutes just to let people trickle in. I know I didn't post the announcement for the stream until a short time ago. But morning, Kalina. Morning, Mate. Morning, Joseph. Hi, Rokers. Welcome. So how's Shadow of the Erd Tree looking? Because I have not seen a single minute of it since it came out. Hey, Arhead. Yeah, the poll's a tight one. People are very divided. Should be starting right at the beginning of chapter 2. So, all right. Sorry, Rice Boy. Hope you can catch up later.
Agnes and Kevis, working together as a team. Tyon seems a little dissatisfied. But at the time, his thinking was quite aligned with mine. Finding a path that lets us all live. I will make that my mission.
Stop crying, lads! It won't change anything! For now, just run! Run with all the breath you have!
Noah, over here! We can go through here, and then we're out!
All right.
Oh no!
Sparks! We almost made it!
Baby Ethel. What's really impressive about this is she's only 1 year older than the Kavesi trio are. I like that they made these, like, I don't know, like refugee outfits. I think are only used once. Wrapped up in a blanket and everything.
I'm sorry. Huh? If I'd been just a bit faster, I could have saved many more lives.
So why do both Ethel and Uni have their term marks on their boobs? I mean, I know why,
Who
but
are?
like
I'm Ethel,
in universe,
from
why?
Colony 4. Silvercoat Ethel! She pushed her colony all the way to rank silver, and in her 3rd term at that. Some do call me that. However, a person's worth isn't in their color. It's here. Nice blade you've got.
Console's just wanting an excuse to look there. Well, the soldiers are not sexual beings. Are the consoles? I don't think there's really any. Well, I guess there is an indication of that, come to think of it, but only in one case.
Wow, tough guys, eh? It's a wild ride, this passage of fate. We got ourselves a nice little awakening.
You were all talk when you left here, but you've nothing to show for it, Dee.
Oh, spare me, P. After all, I did precisely what I was meant to do.
So, about that huge bet of yours, pray tell us who won.
A draw, I think. And with 2 whole colonies on the field. We should have sallied forth in the first place. The whole thing would have been done by tea time.
It was Jay who insisted on it. I thought that had already been communicated.
In that case, I believe it's my turn next.
I'm pretty sure you already had your kicks the other day when you wiped out Colony 8, no? Surely the turn is mine.
Honestly, you
Couldn't imagine having business meetings in this format.
Feast.
There.
Well, it's like a Zoom call, but you can teleport, right?
Even if you did stop its raging flow, it will soon burst through. All it takes is the slightest fissure.
And that is fate. I've told you before, haven't I? D.
The gang's all here again.
Kay, will you go?
If you say I go, I go.
Well then, let us see how far the flow brings them this time.
Look, Kalina, even Lance's mark is kind of inconvenient. It's on his own chin, so he can't see it without a mirror. And Mio's is on her neck, so same problem.
Yeah!
Ah!
Is Tyon's on his hand? I can't
What do you
remember.
think you're doing?
Oh, Tyan, morning!
Hey, did we wake you? Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't gone and woken up the whole Forsaken Continent. So?
Oh, this? We reckon we might be able to do the same as what Noah and Mio did.
You reckoned? You mean that Ouroboros thing?
Yeah! How badass was that? We thought if we pulled it off, it'd raise our chances of survival a whole bunch.
And you think it's that easy?
Huh? I mean...
I don't mean to burst your bubble here, but don't you think maybe that power
Yeah, I think it's on
only for them?
the palm of his left hand.
Yeah, but that Mobius guy, he did refer to us. I just thought...
You thought maybe you could transform as well? What makes you think it would be you two anyway? Say it is possible. It could be me and Lance.
Now that I would like to see.
Kind of a feeling.
Yeah, just a hunch, right? Something wrong?
Not at all. Then, I guess that leaves me with her. I envy you, I really do.
Oh, what are you moaning about now?
Let's drop it. I don't want us bickering this early. Especially, not now we seem to be sharing a common destiny.
You wish the fusions could be a bit more
few.
freeform? I don't mind only having the
I'd say you're trying
defined
to get us all
pairings
worked
for
up.
Ouroboros forms.
Think whatever you
But what I think they should have done is,
I think you might be
with
on
the
mark,
second
though.
Soul Link slot,
Oh?
like the first one should be you can take
We
a
were all
skill
there,
from your partner,
every
and
one
the
of
second
us,
one should be you
in
can
the
take
same
one from anyone in the
situation.
party.
Now, hold on.
The only difference was I was set on protecting Mio, protecting all of you guys. And then I suddenly transformed.
That's it. That's all it took.
Yeah,
So you can take that form via a strong desire or emotion.
possibly.
Probably too much to ask a Professor Grump here.
What, me?
Well, who do you think?
And you're any different?
What, me? As if I'm gonna join with you.
Uni.
Come on, though.
You're not going to manage this overnight. Not the way you all are right now. Even so, it can't hurt to have a little hope, can it?
I suppose there's logic in that.
We can change characters. Yay!
I'll do my best.
I'll handle this.
You want me to lead?
We'll try Senna for now. But first thing we're gonna do is go to camp
You can't
and
always give 100%.
use the bonus experience level up feature for the last time in the campaign. And we just want to raise everyone to level 11, not any further, so that we can all be exactly synchronized in experience. As you can see, otherwise there's a 17-point difference between our Kavesi and Agnian characters, and we can't have that. There is a button you can press to instantly raise to max level or to level up everyone, but the level up all function annoyingly does not let you select the target level, so it just instantly raises everyone to max level.
I definitely feel stronger.
Can't forget our progress update.
Let's keep things on a tight loop.
We could go ahead and change up our arts and accessories now. Noah could have the... actually, he has fewer additive damage bonuses when he's not getting the spirit bonus, so he'll take the black mask. Mio can have the gear support. Put Circlet of Intellect on Uni, Wisdom on Tyon, Iron Temple Guard on Lance, and we'll keep the Silver Belt on Senna. And then there are good reasons to change up arts. In the case of Ogre, there's both a front positional in Blowdown and a side positional in Hammerhead. Hammerhead has a much faster recharge time and actually similar damage output. And by and large, unless your talent art is super critical, which unfortunately Pressure Drop really isn't, it's mostly easier, both as controlled as the human player and as the AI, to only have one positional effect, because that way you don't waste time running back and forth between the different positions. And you can just keep using all your arts on cooldown. So we're going to put Giant Swing on the top here. We're going to drop Big Impact for Cannonball, which has bonus damage against dazed enemies, which in this part of the game will be more useful than launching. Although Giant Swing is... I mean, this is stronger than Giant Swing when enemies are dazed. The trouble is, when enemies are dazed, they aren't toppled. So if enemies are toppled only, you're better off using Giant Swing. With Tyon, we want to keep the healing art and the field art as usual, so that we maintain our ability to charge our talent gauge and get tidal wave. Overfall is okay. It has good damage and a fairly quick cooldown, but the ether defense down debuff is not as good as it might sound. I believe it's minus 5 percentage points on the enemy's ether defense, which is like what the game does is it takes 1 minus the enemy's ether defense and multiplies damage by that. So if you reduce ether defense or even drop it to the negatives, that does still count. But it's a pretty small effect, and I think Avenging Eagle with its evasion down effect is actually better, because that's like in effect a party-wide buff, and more of the party is using physical attacks than ether. Dark Banner is also an AoE attack with a longer cooldown. It inflicts sleep. Problem with sleep is if you hit the enemies with any attacks, if you damage them, they instantly wake up from sleep. So this is only really useful in large fights with a lot of weak enemies, and where there aren't that many of those. And even then, I think Avenging Eagle works well. Yeah, I am using a mod that stops the menu theme from interrupting the overworld music. We're good with Uniset right now. Butterfly Blade Airflame Wide Slash. This is all right for Mio. I've been experimenting a little bit with whether it makes sense to run Speed Demon instead of Wide Slash. Similar-ish cooldown. Speed Demon doesn't do any damage, but it sets a stance that raises your evasion by 30%. So instead of having a couple of seconds during the Wide Slash animation where you're guaranteed to dodge attacks, it gives you... I actually forget the default duration of Speed Demon. Is it like 20 or 30 seconds? But you have a raw 30% chance to dodge every attack during that entire period, and that's kind of cool. And we'll keep Noah's Arts, because they're very good.
We need to cut through that cave if we're going to head south.
Huh? This is new. Not to worry.
I'm going to run through this cave and try to only fight one of the Vangs right now. Let's see if I can... No, okay. I don't want to fight too many of these because I want to save most of the combat for this chapter until after we unlock class changing. So there's one quest we have to do coming up in the next area. And then once we do that, we'll be able to change classes. We've almost mastered our starting classes on all of our characters. I think only Tyon is still... Okay, the Agnians are like halfway through rank 9. But the next quest will be enough to get them to rank 10. And we basically just want... we don't want to waste the class points we could get from combat when we're already going to cap our ranks anyway. We'd rather do that after we get our new classes. So I'll try to sneak around here, interact with that, and that's it.
Here we go.
Yeah, Dokachino, I think they're 30 seconds. If I had to bet on it, that's what I would say. I just don't... I guess I could pull up the data. I do have it over here, but yeah, I think it's 30.
Well, this is kind of awkward.
Don't characters have different CP gains? Yes. They have different CP gains depending on their aptitude for classes. There are 5 levels of aptitude. And everyone has S rank in their starting class, so they get full credit for that. With A aptitude, which is what everyone's going to change into next, they get 85% credit. B is 75%, C is 65%, and D is 50%. They also unlock classes at different rates. That's a slightly different scale. It's related to the CP you get, but it's not exactly the same thing. And not all the starting classes require the same amount of class points to rank up. So the attacker classes grow fastest, and then the defenders, and then the healers. Yeah, the difference with the length of time it takes to master
It's gonna be a long
the healer
journey
class is
before
going to
you
be
reach the
pretty
great
noticeable in
sword.
this chapter.
Everything's gonna be fine, Mimi. Hang in there.
Hey guys, could I have a moment?
Meh? Yeah? What's up?
For the most
There's
part,
something that I forgot to
the
tell you.
number of CP required to master a class scales
No.
based on when you acquire the
From
class.
now on, I want us to avoid combat as much as possible.
There are a couple of
So,
kind of weird exceptions, like in
Kevis,
Cursor has noticeably lower
Agnes,
requirements
if
than
either of them decide to put up a fight,
all the other
don't
classes
kill
around its
them,
level.
okay?
Not
But
saying
mostly
I'm
it scales
against
out through the
idea,
game.
but why?
Guess it'd suck having to draw on our allies.
Do we just knock them out cold or something?
Or get them to surrender.
How kind of you.
Huh?
I'm sure our past victims will appreciate that.
You little...
We don't need to take any more lives. There's no point. There's a reason we met. There has to be.
Huh?
You think?
Back then,
Yeah, Alpaca.
If we hadn't met each
It's
other,
kind of both.
we wouldn't be
The
here
point
like
of this
this
run
now.
is to
Even though we're being chased.
do all the
Nations at once.
do all the quests
We get chased, we
and
run.
basically try to experience all the different content throughout the main run on hard mode without getting over leveled. I'm going to talk
A smart new decision.
probably when we get to chapter 3. I'll describe more about how what the standard is for not being over leveled and what I'm shooting for in terms of experience targets, because it'll make more
We'll
sense
keep
in that
on running.
context. But
To that sword.
generally, we're going to be doing all the hero quests at par or even under leveled along the way.
Talk about bad blood.
Just give it time. It's early days.
Maybe so.
Funny pattern you got there.
You can talk. You've got those shiny chest doodads.
This is one of the few times where they acknowledge
We've always had these.
different racial features
You know,
in this game.
I've never
it's-
even thought of myself as strange before.
And we're
So
finding
many
out that
things.
none of the
Taken
soldiers
for
ever
granted.
notice or think about that
We're
stuff.
pretty different, huh? Worlds apart.
DLC quests?
No
Yes,
one's
I'm
worlds
doing the
apart.
DLC hero
If
quests.
anything, we should be questioning all that we've thought to be true. Differences are all a matter of perspective.
Our skeptic.
Hey, are you always like this?
There is
Of course.
one
It's my
reason
nature.
I can understand for not letting people
Personally, I
level
think it's
down
easier
on
to
a
take
first
things at
run,
face value, you know?
and that is
Now, wouldn't that be
basically
nice?
stopping people from
Huh? You making fun of me?
All I said
optimizing
was
the
it
fun
would
out of the
be
game
nice.
or feeling
Oh,
compelled
no,
to
you don't. You just call
just
me an
sit in one
airhead, you
area and
jerk.
grind and get all their
This
classes
is
maxed
just-
out before they make any
How
more
long are you going
progress.
to drag this out?
For as long as
Um,
I sparking need to, until you come clean, Four Eyes.
But I think there were
I can't believe this.
better ways to achieve
Someone
that,
shoot
probably.
me.
If you could level down, there would be people who would get a new class and then level everyone down to 1 and go back to the starting area and grind up all the way to rank 10 and then resume the game. We haven't... Oh, yeah. You're right. The new clothes are just as dirty as the old clothes. That's very funny. The way that's stored in the save data is it's on a per class level, but it's also per outfit. But I think they don't register the military uniform as being different outfit from the default outfit for the class. I know you can equip the military uniform separately, but in the beginning of the game, I think it's a different flag controlling that.
Better give it a good... Think there's going to be anything left that we can use?
Should be. Let's have a little look.
Say hi to Monkey. He's not coming after us right now.
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
harness must have been there for quite some time.
It was probably abandoned after being put out of commission decades ago.
Well, we've been found.
Yes, it's new game hard mode. There was an even harder difficulty that's in the game's files, but was never released. I kind of wish there was an even harder difficulty that you could switch to later, but I have experimented with playing the early game with the hardest difficulty, and it's an absolute nightmare.
Come here! I got something for you!
Wow, thanks.
Phase bonus, yeah. A Bringer of Chaos is even worse about that. It's just absolutely awful as an experience, I think. And that's probably why they didn't go ahead with the... I forget if there was a name in the files for the harder difficulty, but I'm sure that's why they didn't ever decide to publish it.
I couldn't agree more. Come here! I got something for you!
You didn't disappoint.
I tried it, yeah, topple there. So it is possible for me to fit in Giant Swing while the enemy is toppled and then Cannonball when they're dazed, but it's not that good to worry about that because you can't really fit in cancels and get your arts recharged faster that way, so I don't think it's worth worrying about.
Enemy's broken away from me.
I'm gonna give it a swing of it.
Topple!
Daze! Cannonball!
Avenging Eagle! Cheeky! Crush out!
Gemini! Right!
X-Thrust!
Got you! Hammerhead! Back!
Hazy Figure!
Butterfly blade!
Your first playthrough of 3 was on hard, and getting through the first 3 chapters was such a struggle. Totally understandable. The boss fights are pretty tough, and especially the end boss of Chapter 3 and the boss for Xeon's Quest are really hard. The trouble with not controlling your sword fighter is AI sword fighters are very bad about using Overclock Buster without waiting for the daze bonus, and the daze bonus is really big, so that does matter. The game locks you into the... Oh, at console K you're locked in. You can give up and leave that fight if you have to. There's a couple different bosses actually that seem to be at points of no return, but if you die during the boss fight, then you are allowed to leave. What's policy on spoilers in chat? I'm not that worried about discussing mechanical stuff. I think everyone who's played this game knows the really crucial story beats, and I think we'd all appreciate it if we don't go into that before we get to it. But like, character names or favorite heroes or that stuff, that kind of stuff, it's fine.
Cross tips living in the Furonis.
when you interact with these husks as someone who, other than Noah or Mio, one of them has to go pull out their flute behind you and
Let's check out the container.
start playing. Yep, everyone got to rank 10. Almost like we planned it that way.
I'll follow you.
Here we go.
Good job on the poll, everyone. It's an exact tie.
Ether's gushing out. This is an ether channel, no doubt about it.
People talk about how they wish there were more uses for money in this game, and I agree with that, but I also wish there were more uses for ether. Because if you do go ahead and harvest all the ether you come across, you get tons of it. And it feels kind of bad just to be capped on ether all the time. Or at least if you could carry 999 units instead of just 99, that would be nice.
Let's install an ether cylinder in the power compartment and get the Pharaonis moving.
If we get the Pharaonis running, that's not going to switch on the defenses, is it?
I can confirm that they were damaged beyond repair. We'll be fine.
Is there a reason you went for Xenoblade 3 instead of 1 or 2? Because I like it better? And I think there's more that I can bring to the table as far as, you know, helpful information and stuff like that for this game than the other two. Every time you there's several of these bulk reactivation quests in this game, and every time when you reactivate them, you get a couple of containers full of legendary items, including 6 gold Nopon coins, and then also some accessories. The Nopon doll is a pretty good one, actually. When incapacitated, aggro does not reset, but remains at 60%. This is one of the better things you can put on your tanks, because the way you lose fights in the early game is typically your defenders go down, and then your healers draw aggro and they die, and once your healers are dead, you can't win anymore. So, but this equipment makes reviving better, because your defenders go down, the healers rush to revive them, and then the defender immediately takes back aggro, or almost immediately takes back aggro. So it works really well. The heavy weak guard, not nearly as good, because block rates just aren't high enough for the extra block rate to be that helpful. Wind leg frame boosts damage dealt by 30% for the first 30 seconds of battle. Still worse than the silver belt or any of the species specific damage bonuses. White belt extends topple duration. Kind of sort of useful. It does make the stun well, now I'm trying to remember. I think on normal and easy mode, I believe topple and daze and launch last for 5 seconds, and on hard mode it's 3 3/4 seconds. So on lower difficulties, this amounts to almost an extra second of stun, and in hard mode, it's like 0.7 seconds. That's not that impactful. It matters a bit more. This kind of effect matters more later in the game because extending the combo duration improves smash damage. But right now, there are better things to be holding. Are you actually planning to complete the game on stream? Yeah, eventually. I'm getting started on the first couple chapters. Obviously, this campaign is going to last a long time, so I think this is going to be an off and on kind of thing. Hopefully, we'll get into a regular rhythm doing streams. But I do also have, you know, a separate video project I'm working on with Fire Emblem Fates, and that's a much bigger time commitment, honestly. So I don't want to let that languish for too long. The fabricator we just used can generate random collectible items like vegetables and fruits and wood and those kinds of things, and even meat from animals in the area. They are generally the most efficient way to pick up those collectible items, which are used for gem crafting and collectopedia cards mostly, and also a bunch of quests. So we will be using the fabricators quite a bit, but not yet. We don't have the money for them. Over here we have our first representatives from the Napon caravans. Shill gives us a quest that lasts for the whole game, where you have to meet all the other members of all the other Napon merchants, and 19 of them, and then they'll give you a stone with different colors. So it'll take all game to finish that, basically. And then the trader pawn here sells one good item, the wing necklace. It recovers 40% of recharge for own arts upon reviving an ally. This kind of goes hand in hand with the Napon doll idea. The most important thing for your healers to be doing is reviving, and reviving quickly, so that your team can stay active, keep dishing out damage, and so your defenders can retain aggro. And this enhances revival by also letting them very quickly use their field arts and their healing arts to charge up their talent arts and get the team back up to speed. So we're gonna buy 3 of these. We're only gonna run 2 healers for a while, but it's kind of nice to have 3 just to make it so that when you change classes and you temporarily have more than 2 healers, the game doesn't like empty out an inventory slot because it can't find an extra wing necklace to carry. Now we rest to advance the story. Hey Hadrian, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here. Is the Collectopedia important? Not super important. It is one of the better ways to get affinity points, and those do give you small bonuses that are helpful. And they also give you extra copies of accessories. A lot of the accessories aren't good, but some of them are.
Make sure it's airtight. Sand around here? Finer than Rusker flour.
I could do a triple weld.
Sure, long as the output's stable.
Yes, sir.
What's up with the K-rounds? We're 2 caches short. Hope you didn't snuff up the order.
I don't know, okay? Got a problem, take it up with logistics.
We're just a dirt rank colony, low as they come. You think the castle gives a crap?
A Queen's oath, this pisses me off. We get better scores than any sparking colony out there.
Did you know? For 10 rank field rations, I hear they get Arden meat.
Really? And us mudders?
Trust me, you really don't want to know.
I miss
do
the
want to
good old
know,
silver
actually.
days. Didn't have to rely on rations back then. We had cooks come and serve us right on the front line.
Used to get Armu sirloin, we did.
Seriously?
Hey! What now?
My own indiscretion has caused you difficulties. I'm sorry.
No, we would never. Our apologies, Commander Ethel.
That was all, just banter. Believe me, we had no intention of...
You enjoyed eating Armu's steak, did you?
Yes, I did. Tastiest food I ever ate.
I liked it as well. And I hope we will have it again. So lend me your strength.
Mom! Yes, Mom! I don't see what's wrong with Wolf, personally.
That's because you have poor taste. I'm jealous.
Dog meat.
Trade you my taste buds?
No, thank you. My mouth would turn as foul as yours.
True that. They cleared out real fast.
I hear the attending consul is a particularly punctual sort of character.
Please, not another stickler for the rules.
Can't be long now.
Yep. Got about 5 minutes to go. Whoa! Well, well, Consul dear. Your reputation certainly precedes you.
Boliaris is great. I like him and Ethel both. And yeah, he's absolutely not like a teenager at all, that's true. Neither is Ethel, really.
Ah! Spark's sake, a hover type? I mean, did they not get the memo about the terrain here?
But I guess
Oh, why is it
the weird
so
thing about the whole
preferably
conceit of
dusty
everyone
around
just
here?
growing from age,
Clearly. Please,
I guess,
this
11 to
dirt
20,
bike status.
The rainy season will soon be
well,
upon us.
technically 10 to
I ask
20,
your patience
I guess,
for just this short while.
Is that so? Then
is
leaving
that,
aside
like,
the issue of cleanliness,
the soldiers, like,
just what
go through puberty and
is with
everything
all
and
this
I mean,
fog?
grow to adult size,
Don't take kindly to my vision being
but they don't
obfuscated.
experience any of the other
Oh, forget it.
hallmarks of
So, where
teenage
are my
development.
quarters?
Yes.
They're really not like teenagers at all, as we know them. Are we allowed to say things that are late game spoilers? Try to avoid it if it's anything significant. I don't mind very much, but I know people, you know, it might bother some people.
Ugh. What a filthy room. How the dirt rank has fallen.
But yes, Eddie, I'm in the same boat. Until someone mentioned that in chat just now, I totally forgot that Boliaris can't be older than 19.
Alpharonis is an old model. I understand your displeasure. But please don't escalate this.
Do I detect some defiance?
No, that was never my...
Relax, girl, I jest. Now then, let's cut the chit-chat and talk business. I'd like you to eradicate some vermin for me.
Vermin? By your leave, sir, we've detected no movement from Agnian Phoronesis around this area.
Maybe they get growth
Not
hormones in the
Agnes.
test too.
People, soldiers.
Well, I think they
A band of deserters
get
from
all their
both
growth
sides.
hormones the normal way after
Well,
they get
something like
you know,
that.
popped out of the
Agnes and Kevis.
the artificial womb.
I think it's best you see for yourself. This is expressly at the Queen's behest. Don't foul this up.
looking at something?
Oh, nothing in particular, really. It's just kind of a habit. Checking our status, the war, watching for info updates. Silly. Don't know why I still bother to check it anymore. Not like there'd be updates. Huh.
What is it?
An icon just popped up. Over your head.
Huh? Oh yeah. Now I can see an icon for you as well.
When did we unlock a feature like this? I've never noticed it before.
I think it's cute that the menu is actually diegetic.
Huh?
What?
Oh! He's lit up like a sparking light bulb.
I guess there must still be more to this feature.
Hey, that's Mimi's!
What in the blazes?
I've never used this kind of blade before, but all the techniques I can use with it are flashing before my eyes.
It's so weird. Not like we suddenly just gained the knowledge out of the blue, but as if it were always ingrained deep within us. Strange.
Oh, doesn't look like I can get Mimi's gear. Now that's a shame.
This it?
She's also dirty as a tactician.
Not Noah's, huh?
That's what I'd like to know. Your
Thanks,
class is
Sad.
the only one I can seem to pick, unfortunately.
Welcome to the stream.
Whoa! You can log this thing about without a power frame. Not bad.
Don't know how this is even working, but cool.
But is this all part of Ouroboros too? If it gives us more options in battle, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I want to take this new blade out for a spin.
From here,
I think Senna rocks the duster. Looks great on her.
Perfect. We can test them out on the road.
Okay, we get the slowest tutorial in the game, where we have to set up new classes on everyone. The Noah and Mio trade, and then Tyon and Uni trade, and Senna and Lance trade.
We're better to monitor the battle than on healing duty.
So I gotta whack him. I can do that.
Because I'm playing with the higher frame rate, this goes a little faster. It's kind of a blessing. We're forced to pick the rank 1 arts, even though everyone got to rank 10 and now has 2 arts to choose from as master arts. The game assumes reasonably that you only have the first one, so it just makes you pick those as part of the tutorial.
Giant swing!
Then we go back through for skills, and this time we only have one choice. This is like the core leveling mechanic in this game, more so than actually leveling up, is acquiring new master arts and master skills that you can bring from one class to the next. It's like the defining feature of the game's progression. And we have to do one more fight before we're allowed to really customize. So we're going to go straight over and do that. After we change our accessories, which is the one thing we are allowed to switch out right now. We'll put the gear support on Noah to maximize his avoid chances. the black mask on the sword fighter. Against non-boss enemies, typically it's better to give the additive damage bonuses to the sword fighter because sword fighter doesn't have another additive bonus besides the one that only applies to unique or boss monsters, whereas ogre does. It has dynamite spirit and fighting prowess and insult to injury. So we'll put the silver belt on Lance. In fact, if I had dexterity boosters, I might pick those instead just to make him more accurate. The 51 dex is pretty bad, but we don't have that, so silver belt is clearly the best option. Wing necklaces on the healers, and we'll put the Napandal on our heavy guard. One reason to do that is that heavy guard has automatic aggro generation, so no matter what, they're going to be accruing some of that aggro that the Napandal lets them keep. And actually, everyone is clean now, despite what was in the cutscene. We do have totally clean outfits because we changed. We got fresh drip. The job system does make everyone but exactly late post-game Noah feel very similar in each class. That's pretty true. There are minor differences, but usually they're not worth worrying about. But I think that's one of those things where people overemphasize the post-game when they think about how the mechanics of this game work, because the way classes get inherited and the aptitudes for different classes make it so that the different characters do have generally distinct roles, and they'll be bringing different skills and arts to the table as they get new classes. So they do feel quite different for most of the game.
Right. We could use 2 arts at the same time.
Got to recharge the arts on both sides, Kevas and Atlas.
White
Wow! Beast! Up in the areas on me! Senna! Love to see it!
Too fast for you.
Smooth as always.
Gonna focus attacks on the weakest guy.
Appreciate it.
Good work.
Okay, everything's ready. Now, use the arts and let them have it.
The arts impact too. That's nifty.
Gemini, right!
Overclock!
Wide
Swing!
Biopic is looking good.
I've got to do something fast.
Butterfly blade! Like this.
Working on it.
You're dealing with me. This ain't like
Perfect
you,
time.
Noah.
You saved me.
Across the enemy. How's that? You're dealing with me.
Perfect time. Biopic freeze.
It is cool in Xenoblade 2 how the characters have actually distinct arts with the same blades, but I think it's annoying how Zeke has like the best
I
at
felt a lot more nimble
almost
there.
everything.
Like the way you usually fight.
It looked like second nature to you. It was crazy.
You should have seen yourself.
I think I could have thrashed you with a little more practice.
You know, it's totally bananas. Ouroboros is bonkers powerful.
Right?
The gauge for the locked icon has filled right up.
Same here.
So logically, if we gain enough experience by fighting together, we will become able to use each other's classes.
That seems to be it. As much as I'd like to experiment.
Yeah, I guess we shouldn't stay in one place for too long.
Right.
Well, better get ourselves down south.
Now we can actually customize. So let's do that. We're going to keep everyone in the new classes. These are not technically the most optimal classes to get through combat right now. I know the speedrun runs like 3 attackers and doesn't use a heavy guard. But the point of this playthrough is we're trying to engage with the class system and master stuff along the way. So we're going to keep learning the new stuff. And on Noah, the key choice actually when we're setting up arts on all of the characters this early on is basically which which master art do we use between the two that we have, and then which art do we fuse with it. We only have only the art in the top slot can be fused, and the benefit of using a fusion art where you hold ZR and then when both arts are charged you can use them both at the same time is aside from just hitting with both arts at the same time, each art in the fusion gets a fusion bonus. And there are like 7 different categories of fusion bonus. There's damage, aggro, AoE, healing, duration, block, and something else. But generally speaking, what you want to do is on your attackers and defenders, you want to put something in this top slot that's going to maximize your damage. So we're going to put Airfang there, which has doesn't have the highest damage multiplier. That's actually Wide Slash among the Zephyr arts, or yeah, more than Glow Ring. But it has the damage boosting effect where it boosts damage dealt when attacking enemies targeting you, so that it's almost competitive with Wide Slash, and it has a much faster cooldown. So it's easier to get Airfang charged at the same time as Ground Beat, and you don't necessarily want to put Wide Slash in your fusion slot because that's the kind of art that you might want to hold for big enemy attacks. So this is like, the way I think of this is the fusion slot's going to be the art you want to spam whenever it comes off cooldown, because there's another mechanic that comes into play where we can't cancel regular arts into each other, but we can cancel between regular arts and fusion arts. So for example, we could use Butterfly Blade, and then immediately after use Airfang and Ground Beat fused together, and then immediately after that use Wide Slash, as long as we put the fusion art in the middle. So this is just something we want to be able to spam all the time. Zeke is outclassed in Katana, Knuckles, Rings. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's stuff that he's not as good at, but it's like all the actual best weapons are best on Zeke. I thought he was good at Knuckles too. I don't know. Not that worried about it. We do only want to run Ground Beat. Shadow Eye makes no sense on a defender because it halves your own aggro value. It does give you an attack off buff, but that's not enough to make up for it. And it also does no damage, so it's not that great to put in our only fusion slot. Ground Beat is not the best fusion art either, because its fusion bonus is AoE. It gets a 50% larger attack radius, which is just not as applicable to the 50% damage bonus that arts like Airfang get. I believe Butterfly Blade gets an aggro bonus. That's typical for arts that say they boost aggro generated when using art, which is basically just strictly worse than a damage bonus, unfortunately. And yeah, for Noah's last slot, we're going to try Speed Demon. It's not... We're not going to be fighting any bosses for a minute, although we are going to cap off this segment with the boss. But so Speed Demon is not that... I mean, the idea of this, again, is you try to get 30% evasion on everything for 30 seconds, which should be helpful, should be more efficient than Wide Slash overall. But I don't think it makes a huge difference either way. On Mio, as discussed, Ground Beat doesn't get the damage bonus from Fusion, so it's a lot worse than Air Slash, which gets both the 25% cancel bonus and a 50% Fusion bonus. So it's much stronger than Ground Beat against single targets, which is what we most care about with attackers. And again, she only has one master art that makes sense because we do not want to inflict target lock as an attacker. We don't want to force the enemies to attack our sword fighter. We want them to attack our defenders. So she'll stick with Wide Slash. Wide Slash has pretty good power and a useful effect in evasion. The only downside is it has a low critical rate, but critical hits are such a minor part of the combat at this stage of the game that doesn't really matter at all. On Uni, our new tactician, there is actually a reasonable argument for using Ether Cannon for chain attack specifically, where you might want to maximize your damage, and because of the topple damage skill that ogres have, you might not want to inflict daze. But I think the extra stun time is just so much better for general purposes than an art with twice the cooldown that doesn't even do, or that barely does 50% more damage. So we'll stick with myopic screen. For the class arts, again, I think Avenging Eagle is better than Overfall in most cases. There's a couple different reasonable choices for what art to fuse here, though. I've seen people suggest that you should put Stormy Skies in the fusion slot because that will increase its healing by 50% when it's fused. But I still like having a damaging art there more because I do want to spam this top art in chain attacks generally, and it's nice to just get that extra damage in. Avenging Eagle and the other debuff attacks on Tactician all have a duration effect in fusion, which is probably the worst one. You'd rather they be just extra damage. It does mean that the evasion down effect will last longer, but I don't know, I'd rather hit harder. Since the Hazy Figure effect, if we put Hazy Figure in the fusion slot, it would last 50% longer. That's the thing that happens with field arts. They get a duration bonus. I don't think Hazy Figure is really the best field, though, so it's like with the flat 8% evasion chance, so I'd rather just get Avenging Eagle in there, mainly for chain attack purposes, again, so we have extra damage on our fusion art. As opposed to healing or setting a field that we can't use. For War Medic, or not War Medic, but Medic Gunner, on the other hand, my preference is to put Power Ring on the fusion slot to make that last longer, because having an attack up field is good outside of chain attacks, and it's good in chain attacks. Because anyone who's standing near the Medic Gunner can get, I believe it's 20% more attack power. It might be 15. But still a nice bonus to have. And then we want to retain the other art still. Myopic Screen is still crucial, so we're not going to run Ether Cannon or Vortex. And for the Master Art, in this case, I actually prefer Overfall here. We discussed how the sleep effect wears off against single target, against single targets more or less instantly. So Overfall does a lot more damage, and it has a much faster cooldown. And finally, or not finally, we got two more. For Lance, we're going to use the same art configuration. We're not going to use Big Impact. We're going to replace that with Cannonball, as we have with Senna. And then, so in this context, Giant Swing is generally the most powerful art. It does get a damage fusion bonus, so do Hammerhead and Cannonball. And we'll combine that with Crash Out, which is our only damaging art in the fusion slot. Solid Stance is for tanking, and we don't want that on our attackers. On our Heavy Guard, it's fairly important not to fuse Bull Rush, because the way the AI works is it has different conditions for using arts when they come off cooldown. And in a fusion art, if the fusion is available, if either art in the fusion gets selected by its algorithm for choosing which attack to use next, it will use the fusion. Which means that sometimes, if you have Bull Rush as a fusion art, and the other art comes off cooldown, the AI will use that and waste your topple. Whereas if you leave Bull Rush unfused, then it will hold on to it until the enemy is broken and then try to use it. So it's much more consistent about getting the combos done when you have Bull Rush unfused. With the other two arts, Uppercut Slash and Crash Out are the ones we're going to keep. They are the best damaging arts available. Variable Turret does have merit as a fusion art, but only when you have a master art that gives you evasion. Because what Variable Turret does is it lasts a really, really long time, so it just gives you a very long evasion art. But Senna does not have that, so she can't take advantage of that. And I'm not a real believer in the solid stance without other sources of damage reduction to stack on top of it. For the skills, we didn't have any choices there, so we'll stick with what we have. But I will point out that Senna being able to equip fighting prowess is a really big deal. This is the best damage boosting skill we have for now, and the real goal of Chapter 2 and the very beginning of Chapter 3 for us will be to get fighting prowess on our entire team as fast as possible. So what we're going to do shortly is we're going to kill a bunch of creatures here in Millic Meadows to prepare for the next boss. And we're specifically trying to kill enough creatures to make sure that Mio and Lance will unlock their respective factions' attacker class after that boss. The attacker classes are the ones that unlock fastest, so once we beat the Guyana Aspar, we'll want to switch over. By then we'll have, like, Mio will have reached rank 10 in Ogre, Lance will have reached rank 10 in Ogre, or not rank 10 in Ogre, but he'll gone past rank 5 in Ogre, so he will have learned Fighting Prowess, the skill you get at level 5. So we'll be able to swap over and have Mio start in Ogre and work toward Fighting Prowess herself. And then after that, we'll have Tyon do it, and then Uni, and then we'll talk about what Noah does. Since Noah has D aptitude in Ogre, he'll unlock it last. If the knockback attack is fused with an AoE, would the knockback be AoE as well? No. So generally, the effects of the arts don't overlap, and the only real exception to that is if you have evasion on one art, on the master art, then you will get evasion on for the entire animation of your class art. But no, only the fusion art hit, in this case, on Senna. Only the last hit, which is the fusion hit, will inflict knockback. And it will only be on your single target. Isn't there also an ether boosting skill from Tactician? Yes, there is, but there aren't nearly as many ether attackers in the game, so it's not nearly as significant. But yes, that's ethereal ability, which Tyon has. Best late game classes: Soul Hacker, War Medic, Flash Fencer. I think. Probably Flash Fencer ahead of War Medic. Does the duration stack if 2 field effects are used? Are fused? They each get their own 50% damage bonus, but they don't. The fusion bonus only affects, like, the fusion bonus is innate to the art. So because Air Slash is fused, the Air Slash part of the fusion gets a 50% damage bonus, but that doesn't also provide that damage bonus to the other counterpart art. Is FMJ ether? Yes. Did we equip? Yeah, we got the equipment and everything, so we should be good to go. I'm gonna run it forward and get the waypoint here, and then we'll come back later.
I'll do my best.
And for the time being, I'm gonna control my sword fighter just because I'm much better at using Overclock Buster than the AI is. I'm actually going to work back and go through that cave we went through at the beginning of the chapter once more. We'll start there and go unlock the container that was on the right side that we ran past. Why is War Medic one of the best? People are talking about this in the chat, but basically it's because it gets all the best parts of Signifer and Troubadour at endgame, and can retain power charge and pass it to the team, and And do all the random buffing that Signifer can do, just basically better. Is the Blue Mage class worth it? I would say yes, in a very limited way in the main game. When we get to Soul Hacker, we'll discuss more about that. I don't think it's worth going out of your way in the main game to like try to unlock and upgrade everything. But there's a particular build you can do with sword with that class that you can put together really quickly and is extremely powerful. True, not being top 3 feels wrong. It's actually pretty bad once you've got all of its stuff. Because it's terrible at healing and buffing. Okay, so that's done. We'll go here and we'll clear the skirmish in the area. War Medic only has a defense up field. It's perhaps the second best field in the game.
Are they fighting each other? Rude.
You're dealing with me.
Great work, Senna.
Avenging
I'll draw
evil.
them.
Leave as always, Noah.
I'll draw them.
Cheers. You're dealing with me. This'll keep me going. Eat it.
Butterfly blade. They're sparking me. I can't hold them.
Is Tyon Uni or Uni Tyon still the best chain attack finisher? Yes.
Hang in there. I'll heal you.
Although, of course, we won't see that till the end of Chapter 3.
I can help you.
Hazy figure.
Butterfly blade.
Crash out.
It's all coming together. Gemini. Hammer. Here. Good work. Too fast for you.
Smooth as always, Noah. Avenging eagle.
Butterfly.
Another notch on my belt.
Okay. Now we're going to run around and basically kill most of the elite enemies. We're not quite going to exterminate all of the elites the way we did in Chapter 1, just because even though elites give you 250% CP reward,
May you sleep
that
peacefully.
only applies for class point, but not class unlocks. So in terms of generating the points you need to unlock new classes, elites and regular enemies are exactly the same. And we're trying to kill at least enough enemies to guarantee that Mio and Lance will unlock their next attacker classes after the Aspar fight. So we're almost going to focus entirely on elites and the skirmish, but we'll make allowances for a couple of regular enemies along the way just to make sure we hit that threshold.
Ever the paragon,
Yeah, Kalina, that basically sums it up. You can make arguments for certain other classes, like Seraph is incredible. It's the best way to, well, I would say the easiest way to share Awakening, which is the game's best buff. And it's just awesome at everything itself. Perfect. I got the fusion art and Overclock Buster during days. Already sent off Tusks, so I'm gonna run uphill and pick up this waypoint up here, but we'll come back to this.
Whoa, check this place out.
TLNT, there is a third Kivesi healer class with the DLC, which is really nice for the way... I mean, I guess I shouldn't say it's really nice for game balance. Depends how you feel about that, but it feels really nice just for having the diversity there. And Cursor was Alex. So first we're hunting the 2 elite crust dips. I'm going to fight the 2 regular crust dips in front of this one first and not try to do them all at once. Yeah, Lapidurist is pretty goofy. It's very strong. You can essentially make Lapidurist into an attacker if you want to, and it works well.
Hang in there, I'll heal you. Did you see me in action, Mimi? Sure I did, Sana. You look great.
F and J can also tank because it's the easiest way to stack an obnoxious amount of evade arts. That's true. In the post-game with everything, all the grinding done, Flash Fencer is strictly better because you can run a build that just instantly recharges fusion arts between Hidden Thorn fused with Aerial Slash and Cross Impact fused with Jackal Claw. So it spams those 2 over and over again, does incredible damage, and can't be hit. Ooh, launch.
There's a notch on my belt. That's why you don't mess with uni. I lift, therefore I win.
Okay, we're going to try to take down an elite Brog over this way, and that should get us to level 12. I'm trying to sequence this in such a way that I'm hunting the lower level elites first, because that's just slightly better for getting the maximizing our rewards, because the experience and CP and class unlock points do scale down fairly quickly as you become over leveled.
What's this?
Tough thing about this elite Brog is he's close to a couple other Brogs who might interfere, so let's hope that doesn't happen.
Come on now. You're dealing with me.
And in this case, I'm going to control a healer just to help ensure that we don't get killed. As the medic gunner, you can try to run around and put your attack upfield on the attackers, but I think it's just easier and overall more consistent to stay glued to the defenders, where you can constantly heal them, and boosting their attack is still beneficial, both directly and for helping them hold aggro. Are you going to show off arts follow-up on the final boss? No, because my team will be so good by then that it won't be necessary. I won't have to do the speedrun thing. Okay, I got healing ring and managed to get it off before I got blown down. Good. Okay, not bad. Let's see. So next up is. Oh, do you want to go get the ether over here?
Good thing we found this.
Well, now, I think they just gave you the side-eye.
Not that frog. But we are going to fight one more elite frog who pops out of the water here in the river.
More enemies. I'll keep them occupied.
In just a second. You can actually see on the mini-map there's a couple of red dots in the water, and they spawn when you approach them from the shore. So there's my elite.
They're on us. Orders? You're dealing with me.
Perfect time.
Avenging Eagle. Crash out.
Hammerhead.
Butterfly blade. Now's your chance.
Mio is struggling. Hold on.
I'll keep up the attack.
Looking good, Noah.
Oh, we missed the topple. That's the problem with Senna as our toppler. You're not guaranteed to hit the enemies until after they're toppled, so you need your break art to hit and you need your topple art to hit, and Senna has bad natural accuracy. For a while, we're going to run accuracy boosters on our heavy guard just to help counteract that issue. But we don't have any right now.
Looking good, Noah. This is looking good. Everyone, I'm sorry.
Noah.
How did I?
Got you covered.
Crash out.
Great. Press our advantage. Knew you had it, you meanie.
Lovely bedside manner you have there.
Will Off-Brand Rotbart bless this playthrough? We can only hope so. Yeah, this is going pretty badly. But our wing necklace gets our arts recharged almost instantly, having healed two teammates in a row. And that could bail us out. I'm gonna get... Oh, okay. Thought I was gonna die to sumo press. Brogs are tough enemies because they have several AoE attacks, including one that inflicts poison. I'm gonna run.
Like this. Where did I miscalculate?
Okay, now you are level 11, so this should be easier.
You're dealing with me.
Perfect time.
Avenging Eagle.
Butterfly blade.
Great. Press our advantage. Knew you had it in you, Mimi. Stormy skies. Topple.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and blame that initial miss topple last time around for messing us up. Bad job, Senna. Do you have a right stick click in macro? I do not.
I'm good at this whole healing business. Thanks.
Group heal. Efficient healing is also crucial.
Power ring. I'm gonna push through this.
Well within
Hang in there, I'll heal you.
Got
Missed the topple again.
Lance, you've got to stop being an idiot.
You know there's still more to do. Thanks, I owe you. We have superior power.
Crash out! Hammer! Sky, I'm good at this whole healing business. This'll keep me going.
Go!
Hammer! Hazy figure!
There's spark in me yet.
I can help you.
I'm good at this whole healing business. You didn't disappoint.
Okay.
Now I'm ready to make
some waves.
That's why you don't mess with uni.
We're just getting warmed up.
Next up, we'll fight that elite rebel we ran past to pick up the ether earlier.
Quite a rare sight.
Hello? Okay.
This way.
And this little group has a patrol path, so we're going to try to pull them away from that.
You're dealing with me.
Perfect time.
Alright, keep them coming. You're on fire, Lance.
I'll keep the enemies on me. Senna, love to see it.
I can see when Senna's in her topple art animation, so I know when to use daze, even if she doesn't call it out.
Avenging Eagle.
Hammerhead! I can't hold them off. Go! I'll draw them. Cheers for that. Ha!
Break! Crash out!
Missed break. Sad. But that means I can go ahead and use up my daze art, because it's going to recharge before the next combo round starts. The cooldown on Myopic Screen is a lot faster than either Sword Strike or Full Rush. Also, you may have seen that some of us got an attack up buff. That happens when you exceed the limit on how many fields are deployed at once. So, when you go over 3 fields, the last field gets dissipated, and its remaining duration gets applied as a buff effect instead of being to the characters who were in the field, as opposed to just being a circle that they can stand in. It's a small benefit to extending the duration of the attack up field. Okay, I'm gonna kill an Illumi Flyer,
This way.
and then a couple of Vangs in the tunnel. Hey, Brainiac.
You're dealing with me.
Appreciate it.
Do people still talk about Engage? I certainly haven't been talking about Engage.
Myopic Scream. Giant. Overflowing.
I'm getting the hang of this. Let's stay cautious.
Okay, so next up, 3 Shadow Vangs. It's another kind of creature that can be used for low-level gens, so good to try to kill a few of them. And to reiterate, we have a certain number of kills of different kinds of creatures that we need to get to in order to guarantee that we unlock Sword Fighter on Lance and Ogre on Mio after the next boss. So with that as our goal, we're not really like losing time with these generic fights or anything like that.
Hear that, Noah? Lance wants something a bit meatier.
This way.
I could run through the right-hand side of this tunnel, where there's like several level 20-something Vangs, and go pick up an accessory that gives a lot of extra damage against flying enemies, but I mentioned in the last stream, but I'm basically, as a matter of principle, I'm not going to run through high-level areas like that unless I get to that level or I get a quest or something that sends me in that direction naturally. There's another elite Grebel over here. And then we'll fight 2 more who are guarding a container in the northern part of Millet Meadows.
You're dealing with me.
Appreciate it.
Great. Across the enemy.
I'll draw them.
This'll keep me going. Purple. Eat it. Hazy figure.
Go! More enemies!
You're dealing with me.
Appreciate it.
I don't want to fight the other Grebel, so I'm just going to focus attacks on the elite. And then run away when we're done.
I can't hold them off. I'll draw them. Cheers for that. Nothing going.
Crash out. You're dealing with me.
Time to get cracking.
Butterfly blade.
What'd you miss, Cartoon Critic? We ran to the Hillside Hulk and we reactivated it, and now we've been running around Millet Meadows killing a bunch of the elite enemies that we can find. This is prep for the Gyanna Aspar fight.
Efficient healing is also crucial.
Thanks for the support. Crash out. You're dealing with me.
Cheers for that.
Things are getting good. How's that? Butterfly blade. Skies. Great.
Cannonball!
Defending eagle. Express. Eat it. How's that? Hazy figure. Across the enemy.
Okay, I will have everyone follow me to stop them from attacking, and run away now. What makes that Aspar so difficult? It is beatable at just level 11 right after the Hillside Hulk. It's just the first part of that fight is really, really inconsistent when you're only level 11 or 12. On hard mode, anyway.
Oops, they found us.
One thing I really don't like about Engage is the way the DLC was integrated. I mentioned how much I like the way the DLC quests work in this game, and Engage is like the exact opposite of that. There's no natural place to do it, it messes up the story, it's totally imbalanced. It doesn't feel like it's an organic part of the experience, it's just...
We are
yeah.
so winning this. Exactly. We'll do it together, Senna. Avenging Eagle. How's that? Crash out.
Knock it off.
Hazy figure. Airstrike.
Cannonball!
Senna. Love to see it. How's that?
Repeal.
Crash out.
Go.
I messed that up because the problem with Agnian arts, and like the one downside they have compared to Kavesi arts that recharge over time, is if you miss your attacks, you miss out on the art recharge. And in that case, I was anticipating that Wide Slash would be charged in time for me to fuse it with Air Slash, and then my auto attack missed. So I went ahead and tried to fuse and couldn't.
Avenging Eagle. Make it count. Move it. I'm still okay. Are you okay?
Cannonball!
Hazy figure. Uppercut. Slash. I'll keep the enemies on me.
I'll keep up the
Senna.
attack.
Love to see it.
Gemini. Strike. Crash out.
Avenging Eagle. Overclock. Buster.
We've got them pinned
Crash
down.
out. Hazy figure.
Efficient healing is also crucial.
Smooth as always, Noah. Everyone to themselves. Sure thing. Got you. Avenging Eagle.
It is possible for an enemy to be both elite and lucky at the same time, and this Grebel is. So it has a higher chance, it gives us more experience in CP and gold rewards, and it also has a higher chance to drop materials.
Avoided that. What were they
Sure
gonna
I
do?
did, Senna.
Make me
Which
yawn
it
myself?
promptly did not. Oh well.
Oh, hey.
goody.
You're dealing with me. Thanks.
Powering.
I've lost the enemy.
Cannonball!
You're dealing with me. Thanks. Extra! Uppercut.
Hammerhead!
I'll keep up the attack.
Smooth as always, Noah.
Eat it.
A load of it!
Avenging Eagle.
Hammerhead!
Extra! Press our advantage.
Ever the paragon, Mia.
Crash out. Great.
Hammerhead!
Topple. Overclock. Buster. Select. Butterfly blade.
You might have heard that Lance announced his launch, and then I think Tyon announced Days right after that. If you don't give the team any direction, they will try to use whatever combo route they have. You can indicate to the team by holding ZL and then using the left on the D-pad. You can communicate which combo route you want to use. But usually either one is fine in the early part of the game.
Another notch on my belt. What are you hiding, little
These are
guy?
worth a bit, right?
Let's put it away for safekeeping.
Okay, next up we're going to go into the river, into Monkey's domain, and fight a couple of the Blants who are submerged in the water.
We've been spotted.
You're dealing with me.
This'll keep me going.
Hello, Monkey.
Avenging Eagle.
Strong enemies.
You're dealing with
Ah!
me.
This'll keep me going.
I thought I was unstoppable. Senna! I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry, but I don't want to die.
Goodbye, cruel world.
I'll do my best.
Funny thing about unique monsters in this game is if you run out of their normal attack range and they can't reach you for 10 full seconds, their attacks gain infinite range.
This could be dicey. Up to you.
Well, now he's a lucky monster too. You think we should take him?
Whoa, got a rare doodah right here.
Not to worry, just stick to the plan. Press our advantage.
Knew you had it in you, Mimi.
This is the highest level enemy we fought so far, but should be fine as long as we don't get visited by Jingoistic Gigantus. I enjoy the announcer in 2. I don't like the quick time event part of it. So I'm actually very glad that they eventually introduced a setting that just let you automatically win those. Yeah, Kalina, that build uses acceleration and generally Ring of Roses as the other master art on Flash Fencer. There's a post-game combat guide put together by several people that has a lot of good resources. It's like a Google Doc.
Acceptable.
I can probably post the link at some point.
Guys, get ready to fight.
You're dealing with me. This'll keep me going. You're dealing with me. Thanks.
Did I sacrifice brain cells resetting monastery activity, or did you use a mod to be always successful? I sacrificed brain cells. If I were to do it again, I would probably adjust the routing so that I didn't have to get good results on faculty training. Because that was stupid. Yeah, Mate, you can link it. Although I don't know if you can post links in chat. You can try.
Wow, thanks. Getting the hang of this. That's that, I guess. So, when's the battle happening?
Gigantus is going to bed. Hopefully.
You're dealing with me. Thanks.
I'll keep up the attack.
You're cool.
There's spark in me yet. I can help.
Yeah, water combat's nice to have, and I also agree, Thomas. The fact that you automatically retrieve items that drop off cliffs instead of losing those forever, it's so much better. Hey Jonathan, yeah, totally understandable if you don't want to go out of order on these, but glad to have you watching. Hope you enjoy. Okay. There is actually a secret elite enemy. If you run towards the waterfall over here, there's an elite Rogol who will spawn. We're not going to fight that one. That's like the one sacrifice we're making in the name of prioritizing class unlocks over maximum CP. So we're going to go back to the Kamos guidepost, and we're going to kill 2 regular Rogols and then the elite up there, as opposed to doing both elites.
Come on now. You're dealing with me. This'll keep me going. Avenging Eagle.
Power of Shire.
Hazy figure.
Butterfly blade. Overfall. Cannonball.
Avenging Eagle.
All coming together.
Eat it. Crash out.
This is well within tolerance.
Hang in there, I'll heal you. Giant swing.
Gemini,
All figured out.
Come on now.
Level disparities make farming harder, but you also gain XP as you farm for CP, so how do you balance that? One of the key things we're doing is mostly targeting elite enemies, because the bonus that elites have for CP is higher than their XP bonus, so they are the most efficient targets in the game for farming class points faster than you level up. The only catch is they don't actually give you class unlocks any faster than regular enemies, because the bonus is only to class points on the class you're currently in.
You got the blood pumping at least.
So the only way to unlock new classes is just kill more enemies that are close to your level.
Brute force is my jam.
We're counting on you, Senna.
Avenging Eagle. Butterfly blade. You're dealing with me.
And elites are actually less efficient for that, because they give you more XP but no faster class unlocks. I don't love the abbreviation for class points either, but I'm not going to worry about it. I've never played New Trails games. Level 13, nice. And that's the last thing we're going to do here in Millick Meadows right now. So I'm going to warp over to... Actually going to edit my shortcut. I prefer having the main map instead of the area map as the hotkey. That does mean one extra step if you're only navigating within one area, but it makes it a lot easier to navigate between areas. And we're about to go to the second area. Yeah, I have a mod to let it run up to 60 FPS.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh? Hold it a moment. I have a proposal as to our next route.
Okay, shoot.
I'll send you the map data. Broadly speaking, it's either east or west. I would suggest we go west.
Why is that?
The area to the west is under Agnes's control. There is a certain degree of risk, as they'll have deployed a number of units, but it's the quickest way to get south.
What about the east route?
No man's land. None of the colonies have laid claim to it, as of yet. However, we'd suffer a significant time loss.
So Tyon's suggestion here is, I think, objectively far more dangerous in universe. It would work out to be a bad idea based on
there was a degree of
the kinds of creatures you encounter on the western route.
not so bad.
But you can run through that area as the player and successfully avoid all combat.
All I said
And if you were
is
allowed to
that
do
it'd
that,
be more efficient.
you would be able to skip the boss of this chapter, which would be
Need to
funny.
be more efficient. Faster is better. We don't want to be dragging our heels forever, right?
Hey, I just have to ask. Are you trying to push some agenda?
What? No, certainly not.
But you admit the east route is the safer option. That's just strange. Why wouldn't you pick the safe way?
Because time is of the...
Look, there you go again.
That's not all, though. It's all wasteland to the east. The heat. It'll be unbearable.
Yeah, you're gonna melt in the sun.
I'm fine with your choice, but we need to think about everyone's safety.
Noah, what's your take?
Me? I think I'd rather take the safe route. As for the heat, we can probably figure something out.
That's probably true about the Mobius at Colony Iota. And Colony Iota's gates are closed at this point, so even if you approach from the north, you can't get in anyway. But theoretically...
Fine then, if you absolutely insist.
Then it's settled.
Yeah, I guess you can't go around on the
Come
fallen...
on, cheer up, guys. We're out of
Yeah,
here.
whatever. On the fallen arm. Noah's driven by catgirl fever. I really don't think that's it. He probably hasn't thought about what's under the hair on the sides of Mio's head, and
Something so valuable here.
I don't envy him when he does. There's a husk we can reach right over here. And then after that, we're going to run around up to this upper area we can see ahead of us. But on the way, there's a pair of elite toxes we can also kill. And those will be the last of our mandatory targets that we want to take out before the boss. Again, to ensure that we unlock our classes on time. But after we kill those, I'm going to double back and kill a few extra enemies just to be like exactly on our experience benchmark. There's variance in the levels of the enemies we fight. Most enemies, other than like quest enemies, can like have a range of like one level where they might we might encounter them at either, for example, level 13 or level 14 for this Hawks, and that means the amount of experience and class points you can get from each of them will vary slightly, unless you go out of your way to like save in front of them and reset until they respawn with the right level. But rather than do something ridiculous like that, we're just going to make up for any deficits in experience after we've gone through a round of hunting a whole bunch of creatures. Who did you choose in XE2? You mean the name? Mithra? And I prefer the long hair in this game. I think the short looks better with their best outfits. I don't know.
We're just getting warmed up.
I like the way the long hair waves around. What about the uniques running about? We're not going to take them on yet. We will fight the ones in Milik Meadows after we get Chain Attack, though. But we're going to wait until then. We could beat the ones in Milik Meadows now. It's just more painful without Chain Attack abilities.
This was a nice find.
Yeah, so we're going to turn Overkill off. I'm hoping to remember that.
Never seen this place before.
No, you can't change the chain attack settings until you acquire the relevant abilities. You also you can't change enemy control style until you get the different forms either, which is really annoying. Am I getting the console outfits? Certainly not in the main game. Maybe if I end up doing post-game stuff. I mean, technically I'm getting a console outfit during the main game. Oh, missed topple. Who's your favorite Xenoblade villain? I actually think it's N.
I'm getting the hang of this. We can't leave it like this.
Juju. Who can forget Juju? Okay, so like I said, that's the last target we have to go kill, but we're looking to have 352 experience, so we're going to turn back and fight a couple of extra elites that we skipped and some other enemies, but that includes our old friend. We already got the waypoint down south, so we'll just be able to warp back to Minnow Arch when we're done. So back to, how much do we hit? What? 145 experience? Yeah, okay. So we'll go back to Gura Flava Camp first. And we'll fight an elite quad wing over in this area. And then we'll go back up Alfeto Valley. I mentioned this in the last stream, but because the ratio of CP to XP rewards is so much higher the lower the enemy's levels are, whenever we're looking to make up an experience gap, it's always best to go back to lower level areas and hunt stuff there, because they'll be much more efficient about giving us CP while we're at it. The routing I'm planning on using for mastering all the different classes will basically assume that we're fighting every enemy at its max level. And then whenever we're falling short of that because they just spawn in at a lower level, as long as we go back to lower level areas, we shouldn't ever miss our targets for CP when we're farming the additional experience we need.
Don't mind if I do.
think my one of my major complaints about the Xenoblade 2 villains is I feel like the pacing in that game is so rough that it's hard to feel like the Torna villains are really driving the plot or really interacting with the party in significant ways most of the time. I just never felt that connected to them.
Don't mind if I do.
And you could say that about the end game in this game too, I guess, but I just think it establishes the connections and it makes its, like, Xenoblade 3 makes its high points feel a lot more impactful. And we're back to visit Phil. Everyone say hi, Phil. And also, goodbye, Phil. He's like the single best target we have access to right now in terms of CP efficiency, because he gives, like, what is it, like, well, I guess we'll see when we kill him, but it's like basically 1-to-1 between CP and XP. Yeah, 19 XP and 15 CP on our A aptitude people. So if we were using S aptitude, they'd basically be 1-to-1. I could afford to kill some more of the Crabbles, and we probably will. I just want to double check how much we need. 45 more experience. Okay, so I can do... I have some notes here just to double check this. I could do... The trouble is right now, since we can't go back to the very beginning areas, we can't kill anything that's worth just 1 XP, so I'm trying to be precise, and I gotta find a combination that works. But I believe, yeah, we can do... yeah, it should be fine. I'll take out a level 8 Camille first.
Let's end this quickly. I'll draw them.
Don't worry, everyone. Phil will live again. And probably die again. So that was 30. I need 15 XP. So a level 8 Shadow Vang. Okay.
Something a bit meatier.
How often do elites respawn? Same way as all other enemies. They respawn when you die or when you leave the area. Or eventually if the game has to load enough other entities by you going elsewhere. They will respawn as well. Right, 15. Yeah, level 8 Shadow Vang.
Guys, get ready to fight.
You're dealing with me. Thanks.
We have superiority. Push through. Right. Let's push on.
Okay, now we have 352 XP, and we're going to go ahead and proceed with the main quest. Which involves running through the rest of this desert. And we'll make a couple detours just to pick up some landmarks and containers along the way. And Pain here gives us a quest to deliver some materials to rehydrate him. We don't have enough to resolve that yet, so we'll come back later.
Time to do the right thing, eh?
McIntyre is far and away the best performer in the game. I think that's true, although I'd put in a good word for basically the entire Ouroboros cast. I really like what Amy Fionn Edwards does. I'm jumping up here to get around the Wolves patrolling this area. It makes it easier to go reach the ether behind them. How would a mandatory battles only run of XC3 work? On hard mode, I think not well. Even the speedrun does some optional battles. I don't think there's a way for me to get to that container directly from here without aggroing at least one of the Ropples. I've tried this a few times and can never really make it work. But maybe the most efficient thing to do is to let the elite Roppel patrol back and then pull this Roppel over here on the left below us and run away from that behind the elite and then double back. So let's try it.
They found us.
What are you hiding, little guy?
Hey, this one means business. Ah, more of them? You're dealing with me. Thanks.
If I draw my weapon, my teammates will start attacking the enemies and they'll draw aggro and then I can run away more easily.
What are you hiding, little
These'll
guy?
work a bit, right?
Let's put it away for safekeeping.
I mentioned last time that one of the things you can get from containers is SP or soul points. And at the end of this chapter, we'll unlock the thing that uses those. And so it's nice to have already collected them so we can just get most of the upgrades we want all in one fell swoop. It's fine in 2 if you have a very specific setup for exactly Aligo or Brigid. Are we talking about how punishing hard mode is? Because, boy, the Aligo fight on the wrecked vessel is... Well, on Bringer of Chaos, it's torture. Just miserable. Oh, minimum level. We picked up a couple of waypoints that we'll use later for the hero quest at the beginning of chapter 3, so that's convenient too.
Reminds you of our marching days, eh?
Topographical info updated.
Has anyone ever done Xenoblade 2 on Max Custom New Game?
So hot. Can't go on.
Keep it together now, Mimi.
I guess you could grind like hell for ages for that, but god.
I mean, I get that it's hot, but really?
Whether we're talking food or weather, Mio does not take to heat. I knew this would happen.
Heat's never bothered you, has it, Lance?
Nope. I'm made of sterner stuff.
Honestly, I'm starting to feel a little worn out. A spot to rest would be nice about now.
Hey, look! There! Mimi, look! It's water! There's an oasis!
Water?
Yeah, water!
Water!
Come on, let's go!
Yeah!
Oh, come on. Talk about overreacting.
We should be thankful they're back in high spirits.
Hello, little
Let's just
Mondo.
hope it's not a mirage.
Marcus, I do really enjoy the part where it almost sounds like Senna's trying to correct Mio's accent with her own or something. Water? Well, I didn't do Welsh because I don't know how, but water.
I just got a glimpse of hope. Guess I can hold on a while longer.
Come on, it's just a little further to the oasis. Keep it together.
Just let me dive in.
The Brits hate the letter R and we despise T. Sorry.
All right then. My turn.
You too.
Don't happen every day. Yeah!
Wow!
You muppet! Never do that again!
Come on. You're already soaking wet anyway. What difference does it make?
The difference is, you're an asshole. What's nothing difference? Oh, I've got water in my ears now.
Staying here, are you?
I've got something to take care of. I'll send it to you now.
A map?
From the survey branch. Annihilation events occur frequently here.
Annihilation events? You mean...
Look.
So spooky how the annihilation events
It
just
happens
like,
here too.
I guess, negate the effect of gravity. Everything that was being held up is just floating in midair.
Given our route, we should take the safest way possible.
Very cautious of you.
It's my duty to be.
Thank you.
Sure.
No, I would have taken the long pants and boots off too, to be honest. Or trousers, I guess I should say.
That looks like a good rest spot.
Just to avoid any confusion.
Manana's battle soup, eh? Sounds yum.
So we're going to be forced to cook Manana's battle soup, which is not the greatest meal ever. It does give us a CP boost, but it also gives us an XP boost, so it kind of doesn't help us get CP more efficiently. We just get more of it along with more experience at the same time and the same rate. And actually, it's basically factored into everything I'm planning, but because I'm playing with the higher frame rate, that does make the meal effects tick down faster, so it's very likely that it will expire before it normally would at 30 frames per
Must be
second.
thanks to Manana's cooking. I always knew it was something special.
Best foods overall is just CP boosting food. That or collectible boost or drop boost are the only three that are really useful for anything. As soon as we unlock other meals, whenever we end up getting an XP boosting meal, we can instantly override it with something else, but we have no other meal options. So if we wanted to get rid of Manana's battle soup, the only way we could do that would be by standing around for, what, theoretically 45 minutes, but actually 22 and a half.
Riku saw the Aspar around here, right?
We should take it out quickly and obtain the materials.
Don't mind if I do.
I do love Senna's line for collecting ether. Yeah, give me that sweet ether.
We have to keep track of our progress.
Okay, and here's the boss where we learn about chain attacks. It was actually quite scary when you're underleveled because you just have to survive and through the first phase and take out like 20% of its health. But it can easily kill you in that time, and we got pretty lucky just now getting a break and a topple on. That's a pretty big help in getting through that first phase quickly. Okay, so when it charges up Serpentine Blow, then it's going to topple everyone in the party, but it won't kill us, and then we'll have a cutscene. So I mentioned earlier that it's possible to get through this at level 11, but usually you get killed before you get to that scene. Here's Riku to tell us you should do a chain attack. Fight together. But the funniest part of this fight is it's one of the tutorials where they make it so you can't die. So actually the best thing to do is not to chain attack immediately. It's to exploit your total invincibility to wear the boss down first and then to do a chain attack later. And yes, you also cannot kill with this chain attack. So you could try to chain attack right away and fail it and then build up a new chain attack and try to kill with that, in which case you could kill and get the overkill bonus. We absolutely do not want to do that because we want to be able to turn off overkill before we start chain attacking anything to death. Killing things is not the only purpose of XC3 chain attacks. When we get to the boss rush at the end of this chapter, we're going to be doing several chain attacks where we're not aiming for the kill. It's just to, stabilize things as we inflict damage. You need some of those early chain attacks on hard mode. But yeah, generally the intent is when you get your chain attack, you want to build up enough damage to kill. Overkill also boosts CP gain. That is true, but it will boost XP gain so dramatically that we will inevitably become super overleveled. I'm gonna try to get a break before we get launch the chain attack, just because it's slightly better if the enemy's already broken. That way we can inflict topple and get that bonus on our ogre, but it's not super necessary, and it got resisted anyway, so we'll just launch it. Okay, so chain attack mechanics. This early on, the main focus in chain attacks to get the most damage out of them is you want to charge up the TP on an attacker as fast as possible and make sure that they're returned to you and can be used over and over again on every round if possible, or at least close to that. So with the current party configuration, we have Noah as a defender and Mio as an attacker. That's the highest TP attacker we have. And then Uni and Tyon both as healers. Lance and Senna as attacker and defender respectively with only 15 TP. So what we're going to try to do, and I should mention, each role has different effects they can benefit from in chain attacks. If an attacker leads off a round, then whatever TP they earn from that round will be multiplied by 1 1/4. So barring the presence of any like special effects from heroes or things like that, it's going to be best to lead with an attacker until they get a really large amount of TP. Healers cannot finish rounds at all. So if you use a healer, then whatever TP you're at will be capped at 99, even if they would otherwise go over. At least the Ouroboros heroes can't go over. Which is useful for setting up higher level results on the chain attack. But can be counterproductive. You don't want to overuse your healers if you don't need them to get those higher tier bravo and amazing results. And the effect of defenders is that when you use them to finish an order, when you go over 100% TP, if you finish with a defender, then they will guarantee that among all of your inactive or just used party members, the one with the highest TP will get reactivated. So in this circumstance, to reiterate, we're really trying to maximize TP on Mio, and the best order to pick for that was going to be Senna. The three cards you can choose from are randomized among your party members, and there are several different TP bonuses you can get on top of the base TP that we can see at the bottom of the screen right now. But the most important of those are the role match TP, where you get 10 extra TP if the role of the class your character is in matches the role listed on the order. And Senna and Noah have attacker orders, so Mio will get 10 extra TP if we pick an attacker order. And then there's also the force match TP, where if your character's innate faction matches the faction listed on the card, where we can see Senna has the Agnian symbol and Noah and Uni have the triangular Kavesi symbol. If the character you use matches that faction, they get 5 TP. So if we pick Mio, if we pick Senna's order and we use Mio, she's guaranteed to get 25 base TP, 10 TP from the roll match, 5 TP from the force match, and then a couple of extra TP. There are like 1 point bonuses you get for things like using a fusion art and hitting your attacks, causing reactions, that kind of stuff. So typically you can expect to get like at least 4 TP above what you got listed. So when we pick Senna, we'd expect to get about 44, 45 TP on Mio at least. And that's what we're going to lead with. And then, yeah, we got 44, and then we'll get 25% more on top of that, ending up in 55. with our current party setup, there's basically no way we could hope to get to 100% in just one more attack. We can't go over 100% with the heroes, so they can't do it. And Lance would only generate about 28, 29, 15 plus 10 plus like 3 or 4. Senna would only get the force match. She would only get like 20, 23, 24-ish. And Noah doesn't match anything on Senna's card, so he would only get 30 plus a couple extra points. So in order to complete this order, we will need to use 3 characters. We also have basically no chance of getting all the way to 150% for the same reason. The order ends as soon as you get over 100. If you get all the way to 150 with your final attack, you get a Bravo result, which lets you reactivate 2 party members instead of just 1 at the end of the order. And if you get all the way from below 100 to 200, you get Amazing, which reactivates 3 people. Amazing will not be possible for a little while, and Bravo's not at all possible on the first order until we unlock heroes. Okay, it is possible in the first order, but not with just 3 characters until we unlock heroes. Okay, so what we're going to do next is use a healer now. You could instead decide to use Lance on the reasoning that he might come back later with more TP, but in general, because if you see the damage multiplier on the right side, that scales up with every round of the chain attack. So if you can't guarantee that your attackers are going to come back, it's generally best to save them for later in the chain attack, where whenever they do finally attack, they'll get to use a higher damage multiplier. So I'm going to opt to use Uni right now, who will give us enough TP for then either Noah or Senna to finish the order. And in fact, we're going to use Senna to finish so we can preserve Noah's higher TP for later. When we complete this order, we get the completion bonus. Senna's is probably the 3rd best in the party. It makes, or at least gives a chance to make the party's attacks unblockable for the rest of the chain attack. But Tyon has the best one. That cuts the enemy's physical defense by 30 percentage points, and that can go into the negatives. So if the enemy doesn't have 30 physical defense, they might end up with -15, -20, -30 physical defense, which is just a multiplier to the party's, an independent multiplier for the party's physical damage for the rest of the chain attack, which is extremely strong. But, and then Uni has the equivalent, but for ether attacks. And those are just sort of balanced, at least in the beginning of the game, by the fact that healer orders are the worst at generating TP, or at least generating the kind of TP that can be used to finish orders and get Bravo or Amazing. Because you get the roll match on your healers, and those can never go over 99. So in these early chain attacks, we're going to keep using attacker and defender orders for the first rounds normally. Once we get Tyon in an attacker role, we'll change that up a little bit. Because when you complete the order, you also get the character to attack, and so there will be an incentive later on to make sure that we get our attackers using their orders so we get the bonus attack from them as well. In this particular round, the best order we could hope for would be Lance's order, because with Lance's order, that gives plus 15 to Noah, and then there would be a chance that we could use Mio first, and then a healer, and then Noah to get Bravo and also guarantee that we get Mio back. But short of that, the best option is going to be an attacker order, where we'll use Lance first, and then follow up with either Noah or Tyon. Generally, it's given the option, it's best not to use the healer in this kind of circumstance because we're going to finish this round with an attacker, and attackers don't have the bonus that defenders have where they guarantee the highest TP person comes back. So we're going to try to get Bravo here. We'll get 2 of our 5, or yeah, we'll get 2 of our 5 used up characters back. And if we used up Tyon, then we might only finish with Tyon and Uni getting recharged, or 2 healers coming back, and that would minimize the damage we'd get on the last round. So yeah, we'll go with Noah now. The music got messed up. Sorry about that. Sometimes that happens on my streams, and I'm not sure what messes up the application audio source. Wish I knew. We're basically always using our fusion arts, both because they have a lot more damage than their other arts. And the only real exception for that would be if we needed healing or if we needed to continue a combo, we might opt to use one of the other arts instead. This is basically the best result we could have gotten. We got both of our attackers back, and we've got a chance to choose an order that corresponds to one of our attackers. That's going to give us the most damage in this chain attack. We are in fact going to get capped on damage because we can't win this fight on the chain attack, just the way that it's scripted. So I'll just go ahead and heal with Tyon. And we're already capped, so Mio's attack does nothing.
Get ready. They're still standing. Knock it off. Butterfly blade. Got you. I have to keep the team together. I can help you. Storm skies. Hammerhead. Gemini run.
Another notch on my belt.
And just in time, you saw we just unlocked 6 classes all at once. Before we bother changing that around, we're going to go back to the campsite. And actually, before we do that, let's go to the settings and turn off Overkill. Overkill lets you keep attacking at the end of a chain attack after you've already depleted the enemy's HP. And if you do that, you build up higher and higher bonuses for experience and CP. We don't want that because you don't want to get over leveled. If we do kill with a chain attack, we still get the default overkill of 200%, even with this setting off, which I kind of wish didn't work that way. But that's the way it is. So we're still going to get a 200% bonus for chain attack kills, which we'll have to factor into our routing.
Guess now we've left the army, we've got to handle stuff like this ourselves.
I've read comments on like other places about chain attacks in Xenoblade 3 where people didn't realize they could change which characters are selected. They didn't know they could navigate back and forth with the D-pad, and they were just picking the first person every time, which I think is incredibly funny. This is the gem crafting tutorial. We're going to be forced to craft the Ironclad gem, which is an HP bonus. That's not usually the best choice though, so we're going to, as soon as we're done with this, we're going to go right back in and craft the other gems that are available.
It's ready. Not a bad job.
Me no likey XC3 gems. I appreciate that you only have to make them once. The intense farming you have to do for the highest level ones, I could live without. I mean, part of me is tempted to cheat in post-game and just give myself those gems. But we'll see when we get to that. One thing that is cool about gem crafting is you can skip tiers if you already have the materials for a higher level gem. You don't have to first craft the lower level one. And then the party just permanently gets the higher level thing.
I've been craving some
I'm not going to do that just because I enjoy the progression. I think it's cool. But it's totally legitimate, and it's what you should probably do. We have enough gemstones to craft one of every single gem available, and we almost have enough materials for every kind of gem. The one thing we didn't get was a common Roppel Jaw to craft Double Strike, which we won't use in the near term anyway, so that doesn't matter. I'll go through rank 1 of everything else. About half the gems are basically useless. Ultimate Counter is one of those. Spike damage just isn't good in this game. Steel Protection has very limited utility, and Tailwind is alright for dodge tanks in the early part of the game before agility really falls off. But the most important for aggro generation is Brimming Spirit. Perilous Presence doesn't really work very well outside of the very low levels, just because the fixed amount of raw aggro it gives you is not very high. Although it does guarantee that if you're just running past enemies and they aggro on you, they will immediately turn and attack whoever has Perilous Presence on them.
Nicely turned out.
And then there are the debuff gems down here, boosting power and duration. As people have mentioned in the chat before, debuffs are not that effective, especially late in the game. And even on the builds that make them effective, generally you're better off just going for the damage boosting stuff anyway. So the best of the attacker-oriented gems is Analyze Weakness, but only later in the game once you can actually get significant amounts of crit and bonuses to critical hit damage, including this one. Very early on, Steel Cleaver is much stronger than the other options. But that falls off because it gives you a fixed amount of attack, and that gets outpaced by other things. Accurate Grace increases dexterity by a fixed amount. It's rarely that useful, but it is helpful early when we don't have a lot of other things to help with accuracy, especially in classes that need to topple, or classes like Ogre that just have pitiful accuracy. We're going to do a lot of our fighting outside of chain attacks, but in chain attacks, accuracy doesn't matter. Every attack is guaranteed to hit. So in the battles that rely on chain attack kills, this isn't that helpful. The healing gems are, well, 4 out of 5 are really good. Life Bearer is the least useful just because the fixed increase to healing, it's more substantial in the long term than the fixed increase to attack on Steel Cleaver, but the other effects you can get here are just so much more important than moderately increasing your healing power. The first one here, Soothing Breath, makes you revive allies with 22% more HP, and that's 22 percentage points more HP, so instead of reviving at like 15% or whatever it is, it's 37, which is huge. And if you have both healers with this gem and they both revive someone, then you're reviving someone with like 60% of their health already. And it also gets like 30% of the effect of Life Bearer anyway. Life-Saving Expertise boosts your ally revival speed by 22%. Also good, not quite as good as Soothing Breath. Most of our healers in the first half of the game are going to run both of these gems. Swelling Blessing boosts power buff effects. Buff effects are amazing, especially later on. Refined Blessing extends duration of buff effects. Again, buff effects are amazing. This isn't as applicable as Swelling Blessing because when you generate buffs with fusion arts, they automatically get a duration bonus that usually maxes out their duration anyway. So Refined Blessing doesn't affect that. But there are some buffs you can only cast outside of fusion with talent arts, and you need Refined Blessing to help those. We got Ironclad. 250 or a 200. Ironclad 1's not that big. But these flat HP boosts can be fairly significant for survivability. There are cases where it may be better on healers to equip this than their revival stuff. And sometimes it helps on defenders, but usually, again, these are outpaced by other gems. Steady Striker and Double Strike affect your auto attacks. But auto attacks are not the main source of damage, so really the benefit of Steady Striker is it helps you charge your Agnian arts faster. And there are better sources of art recharge than this, so it's rare that this gets used, although sometimes it is the best third gem to equip when we finally get the third gem slot. Double Strike has essentially the same effect, speeding up Agnian recharge, but overall it's more efficient than Steady Striker is. Empowered Combo is maybe the single best damage boosting gem in the game, because this is the cancel damage bonus is a totally independent damage multiplier, except that it adds with the cancel bonus on Air Slash, and that's about it. So basically every attacker, like for now, Steel Cleaver is still generally better than this, because Empowered Combo doesn't work in chain attacks, but Steel Cleaver does. But it's basically as soon as we get the second gem slot, Empowered Combo is going to be an auto pick on every attacker and most defenders. And Disperse Bloodlust reduces aggro generation with arts. We're going to equip this on some attackers later in the game when we have more gem slots. We do have a chance to upgrade some of our gems to level 2. The high priority ones would be Steel Cleaver for slightly better attack power. If we could get Empowered Combo up, that would be great. But again, we're not going to equip that now. The defender-oriented ones don't matter that much, but yeah, let's go ahead and get at least Tailwind.
It's ready. Come on, I want to use it quick.
And Brimming Spirit.
It's ready.
And we'll hold on to our other gems for stuff that we might want to upgrade later, other gemstones.
I should do it, you think?
Okay, so we've got those forged up. We also want to change classes now because we just unlocked a few new classes. Noah got access to Heavy Guard. Mio unlocked both Tactician and Ogre. Our two healers haven't unlocked anything, so they're going to stay where they are. Lance got both Medic Gunner and Sword Fighter. And Senna unlocked Zephyr. We're going to keep Noah and Senna in their current classes until they finish those. But because unlocking fighting prowess is so important, we're going to have Lance and Mio swapped. So Mio can start working towards level 5 in Ogre. And that means we do need to change out some of our equipment. We'll put Tailwind on Noah for survivability. We'll put Accurate Grace on our Ogre. Even though Steel Cleaver is a big attack boost, the dexterity boost is, in my opinion, even more important. Our healers get Soothing Breath, basically the auto pick. Since Sword Fighter has its own innate dexterity bonus, we don't really need to improve Lance's accuracy, so he'll stick with Steel Cleaver. And then Senna will take Accurate Grace as well to help ensure that she hits with Bull Rush. And then aside from that, we need to adjust our accessories. The same reasoning as before. We're going to put the Black Mask on our Sword Fighter, who doesn't get any other additive damage bonuses, really. Aside from on his Edge Thrust. Because his additive skill is only for unique and boss monsters. Although Lance is bringing over fighting prowess from Ogre, so he's a much stronger sword fighter right now than Mio was. Also, his art is Giant Swing, his master art, which he learned from Ogre. And that has a much higher, well, not much higher, it has a higher power multiplier than Wide Slash did, and doesn't have a crit penalty. One nice thing about fusion arts is that when you use arts in fusion, the crit rate, all the weapon stats are inherited from the current class. Whereas if you use a master art without fusing it, you will use the weapon from the previous class. So you can benefit from higher crit rates on the main class with your fusion arts. But that doesn't override the crit penalty from wide slash that Mio had. So here, so the fusion art still has the low crit rate modifier, at least the wide slash part of it, when you have wide slash in a fusion. Okay, so Lance is all set, and Mio only has the one art to choose from for master art. We're gonna again use Giant Swing and Fusion, Hammerhead here, and Cannonball is the third art. The master skills she has to choose from are Split Second Counter and Cypher Edge. Neither of them matter very much, but Cypher Edge is better. It makes her crit rate 12% instead of 11%. Hooray. But she's not going to be trying to evade attacks, so at least it does something. And for her accessory, she'll take the Silver Belt. Okay, and we're good to go. I'm going to make a hard save now.
We have to keep track of our progress.
Our Manana's battle soup has already lost 30 minutes off its duration, even though we really only spent like 15 minutes doing that boss fight and everything, because of the higher frame rate I'm running at. I could recook that now just to re-up it, but for this phase, until we get into our next unique monsters that we're going to fight, because the experience and the CP boost are equal, it doesn't really matter. We can just, as long as we're making up the XP deficit, we'll make up the CP deficit at the same time. Okay. I'm going to run toward the story objective,
Decent, right?
and we'll take on one elite monster there, and we'll set up a shortcut, and then we'll come back from there towards the rest of the monsters that we're going to fight in the Aegis Wilderness. And the other thing we unlock when we go over and hit the next story waypoint is the ability to change the time of day, which doesn't actually matter right now, but you know, it's fun for aesthetics, I guess.
Come on, who else?
I'm gonna pilot Lance because I think he's our best attacker right now.
I can show you a use for all that strength. Butterfly blade.
We also picked up another origin shard that was on the rock up here. Typically, elite enemies on the overworld are guarding something, whether that's an origin shard or a container or an ether source or something like that. That's supposed to be the incentive for you to go seek them out and fight them. One weakness, I think, in this game's design is that I don't think it does enough to really encourage you to explore the world and go find what's tucked in every nook and cranny. A lot of the things you can find aren't actually that useful, because a lot of the accessories you can pick up are mostly useless, and the kinds of things you can get, like SP and origin shards, have very minimal or very abstract benefits for a long time. So I wish it did a little bit better on that front, and I think the DLC campaign, Future Redeemed, actually does improve on that aspect a lot. So we just saw another annoying thing that can happen. If you attempt to use a fusion art on the exact frame that your Kavesi art comes off cooldown, sometimes the game will not register that you have a fusion art available and it won't use it.
Thanks, mate. You're better than this.
Give me a break. I was just resting my eyes.
Eat it.
Butterfly
The
blade.
enemy's on me. Senna.
Pushing up the odds a little.
Wow, thanks.
Street demon.
Avenging eagle.
Gemini. Overflow.
Get out of here. Crash out. Hammerhead. Press on advantage.
You're getting the hang of this.
That all went pretty good, eh, Tyon?
It means there were no holes in my strategy.
Scheduling is all over the place, Solomon. Sorry. I have another, I have a social engagement tonight, so no evening stream. We're doing it early. Yeah, so what you missed is clearing the Hillside Hulk, and then running around Millick Meadows and hunting a bunch of creatures, mostly the elites, so that we would...
It's special, isn't it? Your blade, I mean.
We'd be able to unlock new attacker
Sometimes
classes
one
for
part of
Mio
it
and Lance with
glows.
the
Why is that?
Guyana Aspar fight, which we just
You can
finished.
tell.
We've unlocked chain attacks, and now
It's hard not to.
we put
Oh, right.
Mio into Ogre and had Lance become a sword fighter so that Mio could learn fighting prowess as well.
Is it a secret?
No. I can tell you.
And we're going to hunt several more elite creatures here in the Aegis Wilderness, and then move on to take out the 3 unique monsters in Millick Meadows. I wish we had a straight-up gun class. Like, I know we have FMJ with dual pistols, and Medic Gunner and War Medic are theoretically big rifles, but they don't feel like it. I just want, like, give me a sniper rifle. But what would I pick from my blade? I think... Well, if I had to pick from what I think is, like, objectively the best type of weapon to have, I would pick the Full Metal Jaguar pistols. But I think either Zephyr or Lone Exile weapons would be the most fun to learn and use. I don't like the Ether Cannon blades in XC2. They don't feel good to use
Noah,
at
my
all.
man! Are you still playing around with that little toy?
But there should just be a blade type where the game just becomes a shooter.
Get somewhere with that.
Really change the controls, you just point and click on people. Click heads.
Oi! You deaf or what, Noah? Garvel? Noah, this is bad. Not even a peep. Don't need to pay us any attention.
Oh, please. I wasn't ignoring you. Once I finish this set, we can chat. Well, what were you saying?
Noah! For dead weight, you're a right snuffing peacock. You slippery little mudder! Oh.
Well, anything else?
Am I right in thinking that the Zephyr Twin Rings would actually be terrible as melee weapons? Because they have limited reach, and defensively, you're like... They're shaped in the least efficient way possible for fully redirecting the momentum of enemy attacks, and they just slide off your rings and continue and potentially still hit you.
Want to say that again? We'll settle this properly.
Well, okay, no, the heavy guard weapon is even less efficient. There's no way you could swing that, but
Noah,
that's probably the most ridiculous weapon in the whole game.
Don't let it get to you. Guys like that are the first ones to snuff it in a real battle.
No, I'm not worried about him. I really can't call my weapon, though. I worry I'll end up being a burden.
Never thought that here, not even once.
Thanks. Kind of you to say.
It's just the truth. Where are you going?
To visit Riku, since it broke. The trial, it's tomorrow. I'm gonna need a new weapon for that. What's this?
The Seraph weapon might actually be the objectively best choice.
In distant past were 7 legendary swordsmiths over course of 7 years. Forged sword from 7 types of steel. No other sword like it in existing.
Well, except for the guns.
Magic.
Lucky 7.
Lance, pleased to give good cleave with blade and split clean in halves.
Sure about that. Better not pull some you break it, you bought it sneaky sort of deal.
Riku would never dream. Just put all of heft into mighty swing.
Weird ask. Sure. You want me to cut it? I'll cut it, I guess. Here it comes! Queen's beans! There's not even a nick in it!
Friend surprised? Indeed, his most prized of swords. Even armor of Feronis gets sliced to itsy bits.
I think I'll pass.
Pass? So you not have need for?
Yeah, it's too strong.
Noah want Lance and friends to kick buckets?
No, what the spark?
Same as letting friends die.
Technically, the signifer weapon is a kind of spear.
If friends not fight, cannot survive.
Sure, but I don't need to use your sword.
Then, why Noah not call blade?
It's not out of choice, I just can't.
False. Riku see through like transparent. Noah can call blade. Just no big desire of fighting spirit.
Riku?
Hey, is he serious?
And one thing I don't like about the weapon classes in Xenoblade 2 is that none of the healer weapons
all this time
really make any kind of sense as healer weapons.
Is not option. Should live. Only
You've got like
life depends.
brass knuckles and the basketball
alone is way of
and the twin rings.
Though Riku no feeling well.
I'm afraid.
Of fighting, you mean?
Of this world. It's so brutal and relentless. And I'm afraid of what we might become.
Mate.
Oh ho ho! Riku knew Noah was hero material.
Huh?
It true this sword possess incredible power. Might even rob enemies of many much lives, yes. But only those who understand nature of terror have right to wield. Quoth Masterpon of Riku, anyhaps. So, if Noah can call Blade now, can still keep Lucky 7, maybe in some kind of disguise. In different words, can turn it into Sheath.
Sheath?
Can use it in fights like normal. But if ever push come to shove, time will come when Noah truly need Lucky 7's strength. Then is
I love the bit ball, actually. I just
when I truly need
just doesn't make
its
any sense as a healer weapon.
strength.
But it's a cool idea. Like,
exact.
what's a fantasy version of throwing a rock at
Never
someone?
lose sight of that feeling. One day, such time surely come.
That is, if I can master it.
If failed to master, just give back. Can pick out different one.
Ah.
I wasn't paying complete attention here. Was Riku implying that he's providing the sheath for Lucky 7 as part of the package here,
Okay. I accept your offer.
even though it's not
Oh, and
visible?
Riku,
What is?
mind if I change the name?
Meh.
Lucky 7 just isn't doing it for me.
Ah.
So basically what I'm asking is, does Noah acquire the gauntlet at the same time as he gets Lucky 7? Okay.
So, what name did you end up picking?
Huh? Name?
Uh-huh. You don't want to say? Or what? Is it that embarrassing?
No, it's not embarrassing. That's not it.
I'm getting strong emotional vibes here.
I wouldn't say emotional, per se. Rather, something I miss. Yeah. You know, you're the second one that's noticed this weapon.
Really? Is that something special?
It is.
And the first? Who was it?
She's incredible. And we owe her our lives.
Did they show Ethel remarking on Noah's sword? I don't remember that. Was that in the scene we already saw at the refugee camp? Maybe it was.
Okay. Of course.
Anyway, we're setting up another ladder shortcut. This might be the only one in the game that we get any actual use out of. Just because we don't want to run forward and hit that next waypoint, because that is a point of no return for the chapter. So we're going to double back. We're jumping down into this pond because if you don't visit it, you don't ever get the location, and you need to visit all locations to complete the map later in the game. Now I'm just going to run through, and we're going to circle through this area counterclockwise to take out the other elites that are here. We're not going to be able to fight these giant dinosaur-looking things, but they're incredible enemies, and I love that they exist. Although part of me misses the outright T-Rexes from Xenoblade 2.
Come on, don't fail me
This
now.
has got to be worth a bunch.
Nice, fine.
What you find neat is that if you look, you can see that Lucky 7 isn't in the blade when anyone else is in Sword Fighter. Yeah, that's true. I wonder if we can check that out in the class screen. Yeah, so you can see the handle's different for Lance. It's an extension of the main structure of the red covering. if you didn't have a dinosaur phase, you're not still in your dinosaur phase. You have an impoverished life, and I'm sorry for you.
We are so winning this.
We are. Let's finish this already.
Avenging Eagle.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that.
I was so stoked for Prehistoric Planet when that came out. Like a modern version of Walking with Dinosaurs. Ah! Let me out. Okay. And how could you have been a kid in the 90s or the aughts and seen Jurassic Park and not had a dinosaur phase? It just doesn't make sense to me. It's very funny because coming out of Jurassic Park and thinking, wow, dinosaurs are cool, is totally missing the point of the movie. But I couldn't blame you for it. Hey, watch Jurassic Park. I promise, it's worth it.
And I was the MVP. You were all thinking it.
Yeah, our meal is already expired. So, typically I would expect it to last all the way through this segment where we hunt the remaining elites around here, but not when we're playing at glorious 60 FPS. Oh.
Let's top up on ether. Here's a tough customer.
We're not going to fight Hazardous Jarrowhead yet. We're going to wait till we get our first hero, our first real hero, before we try to take him on.
Well, we've been found.
And likewise for Sharp-Witted Tracy, who was the giant Camille we saw earlier. Ethel.
What do I do again?
I'm on it.
Does Mwamba show up in the heroes list?
Not to worry, just stick to the plan.
Better give it a good once over.
Brute force is my
Riku does, and he's been here the whole time. Have we gotten Riku, though? Does anyone ever really get Riku?
I'll keep the enemies on me.
Pardon me while I enjoy this scenery. Boy, I wonder if we can go up there. One difficulty with using Giant Swing as a fusion art is the knockback effect will make the enemy, if it doesn't get resisted, will make the enemy turn around and face you, like this one did just now. So if you try to chain it into positional arts, sometimes it will mess those up.
It means there were no holes in my strategy.
What you got for me?
This container has a shell cameo. Classic vendor trash right there. I don't even know what those do, but it's nothing useful.
I'm gonna end up a walking sandcastle.
Right, guys, let's give it some. Whatever so is, we've got it in spades. You're dealing with me.
Cheers for that.
I like that exchange, actually. All right, guys, let's give him some. Whatever some is, we got it in spades. Cool. If that skill that reduces enemy resistance to reactions wasn't locked to Ogre, would the class still be viable? I think it would be pretty much totally outclassed. As a matter of fact, because of the way the AI works and its tendency to waste break arts that are fused with non-break arts, Ogre isn't the best breaker in the game anyway. That's actually Yumsmith. Like even in post game. And as an outright attacker, the one nice thing it does have is a front positional art, which you can fuse with quick draw. But there are two other Agnian attackers that also have front positionals and are just basically outright better.
What you got for me? Ha!
Ooh, a lucky Wolf.
Quite a rare sight.
Ha!
So one thing that's useful to know is if you engage an enemy by pressing A to draw your weapon, then the party will generally teleport up to you if they're far away, if they're stuck. We weren't far enough away to trigger that, but at least Tyon teleported. But if you lure them by not drawing your weapon and using up on the D-pad, that won't happen. So sometimes you can accidentally get your party in the wrong position by luring.
Gemini!
Hammerhead! Press our advantage!
Ever the paragon, Mio.
Cannon!
They're sparking me yet.
Hang in there, I'll heal you.
This should up the odds a little.
Thanks for the support.
Get out of here!
Yeah, I think the unique comment was about this Volk, not you. Okay.
It's all coming together.
Hazy figure.
Although technically inaccurate. It's not unique.
I'll keep up the attack.
Smooth as always, Noah. I'll keep the enemies on me.
Great work, Senna.
Crash out! Hazy figure. Eat it.
I'm
Power
stronger.
stirs within
I can
me.
feel it.
May you sleep peacefully.
You're only half paying attention while grinding in FF14. Respectable. I've never played a Final Fantasy. I'm pretty sure, outside of Pokemon, I think Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is the first JRPG I ever played.
We can't leave it like this.
Okay, we've picked up everything here in the desert, just about. We should have enough materials to go finish the side quest with Pain.
Which was it again?
Do I have enough, actually? I have a lot of dark grapes, so that should help. I guess if you count Fire Emblem in the same category, but I feel like there's a
Now, can we?
fairly big distinction in gameplay style between like tactics-oriented games and other kinds of role-playing games. Okay, so there's one more elite monster to go fight, and that's the one up on this pillar over here. It's an elite Taos who's guarding a container.
We've been spotted.
And this is one instance where you really do need to control your sword fighter because the AI, and this is fairly common for flying enemies for whatever reason, it's just not very good at realizing it needs to run to the side to use its break art. I think my favorite Pokemon generation is... as an overall gameplay experience, it's probably 5. I don't think... Yeah, probably 5. I never played anything after Sun and Moon. I basically realized at this point that Pokemon games just aren't for me anymore, and that's okay. I think it sucks that the Pokemon Company and Game Freak don't do everything they can to make their games as polished and just all around awesome as they possibly could be, but that's capitalism for you.
Nothing a bit of teamwork couldn't handle.
Whatever happened to not being careless?
I'd better send them off.
Would you ever stream another Nuzlocke? If so, what gym would you want to do? Maybe. I did have a lot of fun with the Platinum one, actually.
This is something decent.
It's hard to say. Like, I don't know. I just don't feel like I want to get back into the Pokemon world. I was big on that. When I was a teenager, I did a lot of like on simulator battles, on Shoddy Battle, and then Showdown. But regardless, we're gonna aim to get 326 experience now, so we need 118. Just to be absolutely certain that we're gonna hit that target. Well, first off, I'm gonna go try to see if we can get that Ropplejaw we didn't earn before. So I'm gonna go kill the Roppel in here one more time. But then we're gonna go kill the two lowest level elites we can access first. This game is actually UI Oblivion. How do you mean?
Well, we've been found.
You're dealing with me.
Time to get cracked. Stay! Butterfly blade!
Crash out!
Overform! Air fang!
Daisy Thea!
Butterfly blade! Root heel!
Hammerhead! Stormy skies! Alright, things are getting good.
Air fang! I'll keep up the attack.
Smooth as always, Noah. Hammerhead! Woo! That was spectacular.
Got it. Cool.
And I...
Okay, and that leaves us with 58 to go. So we can't kill the Ruga Quad Wing, but we can go kill Phil again.
You were all thinking it. This was a nice find. They're meat. Kick 'em aside. Let's end this quickly.
Topple! Hey!
Butterfly
You're
blade.
dealing with me.
Time to get cracking.
Eat it!
So I just brought it up. One tactic setting I haven't used so far is the Fusion First setting, which basically modifies the AI so that it'll wait longer to try to use fusion arts instead of unpaired arts. I'm not gonna. There's some intricacies to that, and I'm not really gonna get into it. But that is a thing you can use, and sometimes it's helpful to help encourage the AI to use arts that it doesn't normally prioritize. Because if you can pair one of those low priority arts with another art that the AI will try to use frequently, then it'll use the one you want more often. Okay, 41 more experience to go. Would be an easy way to do this. Okay. So, yeah, the puzzle here with before we can get back to Everblight Plain is the absolute least experience we could get is killing one of these Crabbles over here at level 4 for 7 or at level 5 for 8. So it's like the McNugget problem or whatever. You only got like some unwieldy pieces you have to put together. But there are lots of different targets we can go for. For 41 experience, I'm going to try to find a quad wing at level 9 and then a Wolf at level 6. The reason you really don't need to be this precise about this kind of stuff. Okay, we get a lucky quad wing. But I think it.
Quite a rare sight.
I find it very helpful in planning this stuff to have like definite experience targets. And so what I'm going to try to do is as we get each hero, I'm going to try to acquire them exactly on the level or before the level that we're supposed to start their hero quest. And that way the hero experience can be in sync with everyone else too, if we get them exactly like on the level threshold. 314, so 12 more. Yeah, level 6 Wolf.
Oh, this will be over like that.
We'll be out of here in no time.
I'll draw them. Cheers for that.
All right, things are getting good.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the...
Okay, yeah, 326 experience. So we're done with that bit, and now we're going to go on and take out the elite monsters here in Isha. And first up, well, we're going to head back to the Hulk and craft some gems if we can. But the other reason why going for such specific amounts of experience is important is just because it helps make sure that we can directly track experience, but we can't really directly look at our CP values anywhere in the game. It makes it a way to more consistently track how our CP progress should be going as well. Okay, so yeah, Soothing Breath is really important. We'll go for that. Steel Cleaver we've already upgraded. We'll go ahead and improve Accurate Grace as well. Anything else that's useful? We'll just grab Analyze Weakness. And then go down the list.
It's done. It's done. That should do it, you think?
This is like, yeah, this is like the antithesis of a speed run, but at the same time, I am like doing a lot of the same things that you would be working on for a speed run route. Okay, I'll go ahead and save now.
Gotta note this all down.
Let's keep things on a tight loop.
Okay, so the first target is the giant Brog over there, who is Indiscreet Gombaba. And I just want to double check. We do have the right equipment. We've got the black mask. He is terrestrial life despite being amphibian. And it should be all right.
Something so valuable here. could be dicey. Up to you. Looks like a tough customer.
I know. Gotta pull my weight too.
Okay, and we're gonna control. Oh, I should have dazed. Oops. We're gonna control our medic gunner throughout because it's really important in these. This is effectively a boss fight. It's really important in these fights to get healing ring up as fast as possible. And I know to spam power ring to charge up my talent gauge, and the AI does not. As a healer, you do also get talent points. So the things that give you a lot of talent gauge are called major role actions, and the ones that give you less are minor role actions. Healing the party by a certain percentage does give you a minor role action as a healer, so you might have seen just there when I used group heal that healing ring went up a little bit, but power ring is a much bigger effect. It charges much faster. But one nice thing about the healing the party minor role action is that healing ring, which has the regenerate field, can generate its own role action points just from healing over and over again. So it can help recharge itself after the first cycle. We could chain attack now, but we really don't have enough damage on this team to be able to kill from this threshold. So we're going to keep working and get Gombaba down to about 25%. Maybe like right under where the terrestrial life symbol is to the right of the 12. That's about where we'll try to launch it. But we just need to make sure we have everyone alive in the party when we do start the chain attack. And ideally, we want him to be broken as well, so that we can guarantee a topple during the chain attack and get that extra bonus to toppled enemies on our ogre. Dazing is more important than getting on the revive faster, I think. I'm going to see what we can do about getting a break. Nope, missed it. This is good enough. We should be able to kill easily. So we're going to use the same tactics as the last chain attack, and that means Senna's the best choice. So if we had managed to break Gombaba, this would be a case where I would use my combo art. I would go ahead and topple with Senna now. But since we didn't, we'll use the highest damage option, which is the fusion art. Again, Cartoon Critic, I have good news on that front, but we're not going to address that until after this chapter, at least. Or maybe I might do it before the boss rush, because I know... Well, I don't know. Difficult choice. Okay, we'll stick with the attacker order. Although, was Lance up? Maybe I should have picked Lance. I wasn't paying close attention. I mentioned before that Lance has a chance to get us to 150 if we use Noah to finish Lance's order. It's not guaranteed, though. Once we change Noah to a heavy guard, it will be basically guaranteed because heavy guard has an art that has a ton of hits and those generate more CP.
Hit them where they least expect.
Okay, this time we're going to go with Lance because he's stronger than Mio is. So we'll want to use his order. And the completion bonus is also marginally better, although it barely makes a difference for a final order in the chain attack. I think we just did enough anyway. Cool. And now everyone has unlocked all the other B aptitude classes they didn't have before. So that means Mio and Lance already got both of theirs, but Noah gains access to a healer class. Uni and Tyon get both of the other classes from their factions, so they get Heavy Guard and Sword Fighter and Ogre and Zephyr. And Senna unlocks Tactician. We're not going to change classes yet because we're not quite all the way to rank 5 in Ogre on Mio, but after the next UM, we will get there, so we'll change out and we'll have someone else become an Ogre, namely Tyon. Hey Gold Bananas, welcome. Glad you got caught up. Okay, so yeah, that's Gombaba done. The next lowest level UM in the game is a unique flyer over here to the west. Oh, and we got some accessories from Gombaba. They are worthless. But speaking of accessories, one thing we should change out is because the next monster is a flyer, the Black Mask does nothing. I don't actually have an accessory that will deal extra damage to this enemy. Oh. No, never mind. I got a Feather Band. I think that was just a random drop. I don't think you're guaranteed to get one at any point. So we'll equip that instead.
We could be in for a shower.
How was the monster rabbit yesterday? The rabbit went great. The wolf, not so much. But we did get through it eventually. So up here, there's another Origin Shard, and then there's a Husk over on the south end of the area, and the unique monster is Perturbed Bilkin over there.
Shall we tango?
I'd better send them off.
I'm going to quick save here because, as you can see, this is an area with a lot of other creatures around, and we don't want to fight them, but sometimes we accidentally pull aggro on them, and since we don't want any extra experience at this point, that would be a problem. But what I'm going to try to do is lure Bilkin, which I didn't intend to do just by running at him, but lure him over this way, which should be away from most of those creatures. And I'm actually going to have the party rally to me just so we don't end up fighting him farther that way. Okay. The trouble with this fight, usually it's not too hard, but this unique monster has an art that can shackle healing, which means whoever gets hit by it can't be healed. Usually it doesn't deal enough damage to really punch through us even after doing that, but it can put us in danger. Oh, Senna missed. Dang. But as you can see, Mio, Uni, Tyon, and Lance all have that debuff icon and the red and green shackles around them, and that's indicating that they've been hit by that shackle healing effect. critic, that is one of the things it really annoys me, is that medic gunner of all classes swings the feathery end of the staff, which is a rifle, as its auto attack instead of having a ranged shot. You basically don't get to use it as a ranged weapon except with the ether cannon art. Uh-oh. So we drew aggro from an extra flyer. I'm pretty sure we won't kill it in this chain attack. So, and we should be able to defeat the UM, so I think we'll be fine. So we're not going to choose Lance in the first round of the chain attack because it might be possible to get to Bravo with that, but it would cost us at least 4 characters to get that order done. And it would be better if we can save that for the second round, because that gives us a chance to not only get Bravo with 3 characters, but also finish another order with a defender to guarantee that we get Mio back. So we'll stick with our attacker order and go Mio first. So this might not work, depending on our luck with extra TP bonuses. But let's see if we can get to 150 here on Lance's order. Got it. Nice. And the real upside of doing that is we haven't used Lance yet, so we get to use him in the final round when our damage multiplier is highest. I think that's it. Cool. Okay, let's run out of here before we take out that other flyer. Everyone follow me, and we're gonna flee. Bill can drop some actually useful accessories. He just gave us a legendary Iron Temple Guard, so an even better version of the one we got from the expansion pass, and a black feather band, which is an upgrade on the feather band we just got. So if we are fighting other flying enemies, now we can get an 80% damage bonus. And also, Mio just hit rank 5, and so did Lance, so it's time to change classes. Mio has gotten fighting prowess, and our next candidate for that is Tyon. That means Mio should become a healer, taking over for the ones who've been in healing classes the whole time. Uni becomes a sword fighter, Tyon becomes an ogre, and Lance becomes a medic gunner. What's nice about this setup is now we have our 2 highest TP characters, Noah and Tyon, in classes that can actually finish a chain order. So our tactic in the opening rounds of chain attacks now is going to be have Tyon go first and then finish the order with Noah immediately. So we're spending 2 characters just to finish the first order. And that should, in most cases, return Tyon. Whereas before we were spending 3 characters just to finish that first round. Okay. So let's set up those classes. We've got Avenging Eagle. We'll fuse with Ground Beat. It's our only option. Air Slash is the best fusion art, and we only have Dark Banner to go with it, which is kind of awkward because it's pretty low power attack, but it's what we have. It's what we have right now. Tyon, Giant Swing first, Cannonball on the bottom. And again, this is awkward because he's forced to use Myopic Screen, which will cancel his own Insult to Injury skill. But it's fine. Still better to have a fusion art than not. And Lance will run Power Ring in the top slot for the duration bonus on that, together with Giant Swing. Because Lance does have a physical art in Giant Swing, he's going to keep fighting Prowess. That makes sense. It's the best thing he has going for him. Actually, Defensive Soul and Cypher Edge both do absolutely nothing. Tyon has no use for Ninja Healer because he doesn't have any healing arts, but he can use Ethereal Ability or Myopic Screen. Uni will use Ethereal Ability as well for Dark Banner. And Mio, because she has Ground Beat as a fusion art, should keep fighting Prowess as well. For gems, we're going Soothing Breath, Steel Cleaver on the Sword Fighter, Accurate Grace on the Ogre. Tyon is the most naturally accurate character in the game, so there's good reasons to go with Steel Cleaver on him too. He would only be a little bit less accurate than our Sword Fighter is, whereas a lot of the other ogres in the party would be much less accurate, but I'll stick with Accurate Grace for now. Also Soothing Breath on our Medic Gunner, and then for accessories, we're going Wing Necklace on the healers, as usual. In this instance, we want Silver Belt on the Ogre. The next enemy is a terrestrial creature, so we'll put the Black Mask on Uni, and also a Wing Necklace on our other healer. Tyon having the most base TP and being a healer at base is truly a game design choice. Yes, it is. But we can't look at the whole class list next. He and Uni very conspicuously have only one healer class that they inherit. Almost all the classes they inherit are attackers or defenders. So I think they very much intended you to put Tyon in those classes later in the game. Anyhow, the next unique monster is over here at the end of the river. Before I knew about the little icons above the health bar showing what type of enemy this is, I would have bet that Flammy were aerial life, but in fact they are not. What I'm going to try to do is, this is a similar situation to the last unique monster where there's a whole bunch of other enemies around that we don't want to accidentally aggro. I'm going to try to let Cersei run around a little bit towards me and then pull it downstream a little.
Might as well, yeah? Here's a tough customer.
And I'm going to control the defender while I'm doing that. Mr. Opening Break, sadly. Cersei has an AoE blowdown attack that can be fairly annoying. It hits in a cone, that's Mini Storm. It hits in a cone in front, so if we stand to the side, most of the time we can generally avoid it. didn't get out in time.
Good going, Uni. Got all the healing you need right here.
You didn't disappoint.
Yeah, Sully, the fact that Uni gets tons of tank classes is a funny joke because Uni has the worst HP in the game and not especially great evasion either. So she's really bad at being a defender, unfortunately. But not bad enough for it to really matter. The differences between the characters are pretty small. So the fact that she inherits those classes is like more valuable than the higher HP that Lance has generally. One problem with the AI is it does not actively move into your healing fields, so sometimes you have to tell it to do that.
You guys ready for this? Let's turn up the pressure.
Overclock Buster! Avenging Eagle! Extra!
Hammerhead!
Stormy Sky!
Butterfly blade! Hammerhead!
Hazy Vigor!
Now we'll go for it.
I'm gonna smash you in! I just thought of a great idea!
Okay, so with this party setup, again, we're not going to emphasize the healer orders right away, but they're suddenly much more valuable because we're going to get our attackers attacking as part of when we complete those orders. And Tyon's effect, at least, is very, very good. So in the first round, we're going to look for, ideally, an attacker order, Senna's being the best, so we pick Senna or Noah, and then we go for a defender order, preferably Mio, but then Lance. Because if we pick an attacker or defender order, then Tyon into Noah should finish the order without anyone else. Okay, so in this round, we would be looking for generally an attacker order first, with the hope being that next round we could return Tyon and potentially get an amazing result. Although there are good reasons to pick Tyon's order too. So in this situation, I think it's kind of a toss-up whether you want to go for Noah's or Tyon's order now. If Senna's order were available still, then probably what I would try to do is go for Uni into Mio into Tyon and get Tyon up to like close to 90-something TP with the hope that we'd see Tyon's order in the last round, and that would put him over 100 to finish off and get us to 200. We'll go with Noah's for now, but we probably won't get the amazing. And there's also a gamble here because we're going to use up 3 characters and therefore have just to do some quick math here. Tyon's guaranteed to get at least 80 TP. Lance already has 15, so the best choice is to use Lance and then Tyon to get to 150. And Lance has the more useful art because he can set down an attack up field. Anyway, I was saying, if we used up 3 characters in that round, we're going to return 2. So it's a 50-50 whether we get Tyon back or not. We actually got both attackers, which is incredible. And in the final round, we want to use basically all of our characters, if possible. So even though we could finish this with just Tyon, or we could get Bravo with Uni and Tyon together, we're actually going to go for an order, or like try to use all our characters, starting with Senna and not Uni. We don't want the TP bonus for leading early, because we're just trying to get as many attacks in before we hit 100 as we possibly can. Two away from getting amazing. Cartoon Critic, your idea about using the party gauge for healing, I think could have worked. The party gauge does feel a little bit underutilized because it is strictly a chain attack meter, and there's nothing that really interacts with it other than pushing it up. On the very hard mode, that never got released in this game, there are rage strikes where the enemies will completely clear your party gauge, which is kind of scary. Might be the most difficult part of that difficulty level. But that's like the only other mechanic that they were considering, I think, that really interacts with the chain gauge. Anyway, that fight went pretty well. We have 1569 XP, which is exactly what we want, and Noah and Senna are almost done with their classes. So we're going to go ahead into the next story segment, and as part of that, like in the very first encounter we do there, they will max it out. Depending on what levels of like elite enemies we had fought so far, they could potentially need a little bit more CP than they actually do to hit level or hit rank 10 in their classes. So we're actually going to go through the first two fights before we change them out of those defender classes. That would be guaranteed to have them hit rank 10. So once that happens, they'll swap. Noah will become a heavy guard and Senna will become a Zephyr. All right, the other equipment change is we're not fighting any more terrestrial life in this chapter, so we're going to equip the legendary apprentice fan bracelets we got from Lapdog Vs. And now we get to use that ladder we put down. Solomon, your number go up ruined. Yeah, I know. It just feels bad when you go through fights and you're already capped on class rank. You could be, like, think of the opportunity cost. You could be marginally increasing your rank in some other class.
We're very nearly out of Aegis Wilderness now. Oh.
But the funny thing about that is, if you play that way, and we will, you basically never get to use a class at full power because you don't use them when they're, as soon as they're capped on rank and they've like gotten all their upgrades and everything, you abandon the class.
This'll be sketchy.
Yeah, agreed.
What friend's afraid of, hmm?
I'm seeing signs of patrols. Was it Colony 4?
Colony 4.
Colony of bad butt elites, led by a commander of great repute.
Bad butt.
Whole rest of Kevis acknowledge their superiority.
Are you certain? This is Neil Valley.
Right. Like Riku said.
But how can this be? How can their zone of control extend this far out?
Huh? Anyone feel that?
A quake?
No, it's over there.
Not when I'm not allowed to swear. I remember when I was like 4 years old, and butt was like the worst swear you could say. I had a classmate at preschool who called someone a butthead. Oh my god.
There you are! You monsters!
Us monsters.
Noah, look!
That's Ethel.
You said Ethel. You mean Silvercoat Ethel.
You know about her?
Even in Agnes, the name has spread far and wide. Silvercoat Ethel. A veteran soldier unmatched in strength. People would whisper about how she felled 3 colonies at once with just 100 troops.
Yeah, but this is Ethel.
We know her name, so?
So, she helped us out once before. She was strong.
I don't think there are 100 NPCs in Colony 4. I think there are like
Noah?
25, 30,
work, but
maybe 35.
Noah. It's all right.
But obviously the scale of the world and the number of people in it is that you experience in gameplay is not really supposed to match what the story is trying to present.
You praised my blade.
I think it's fair to say that like the world is supposed to be like
In Colony 14.
maybe 50 to 100 times larger than it actually is.
Really?
Because you can run all the way around Ionios in a couple hours, and I do not think that's what the story is trying to
I've no recollection
present
of
to
helping.
us.
You!
This is far from all right.
It's pointless.
Sorry. I thought I could convince her. Should have known it wouldn't work.
And that whole walk through the Aegis Wilderness where Mia was dying, that took us, what, ignoring the combat, like 4 minutes?
Bad move.
Very well done, Ethel. I do so love your loyalty. Now, the enemy is before you. Chase them to the ends of the world. Not a single one of them can escape.
So much to see, huh?
Okay, we have to run from the Kevesi forces who are chasing us, and in fact we can run away from most of the fights here. There are just 2 that are mandatory.
I'll deal with you all at once.
Although apparently we
Yep,
just had
keep 'em
one
coming. No problem.
for that cutscene.
Look out!
Risky business.
doesn't help that their cannons are way too accurate.
They shouldn't be able to see us from over there.
How do they know location of Manana and friends?
The iris.
There?
Her red iris is doing this. It's relaying our exact position to her troops.
Snuff this!
Lance, 6 o'clock.
Spark!
Why can't we ever have wall hacks?
Again.
The soldiers.
Their whole squad. Those heartless mudders. Guys, pull back to the cave.
What cave?
We're sitting bunnets out here. In there, we can take cover from the volleys.
And after that?
Think about that later.
No plan B?
I didn't have time.
You can't run from me, brats. I've got my eye on you.
Yeah, essentially the Mobius is controlling all the troops with the red iris.
Really?
Yes.
Suddenly fog? No big deal. It'll hardly slow me down.
Sorry, the console. We don't know he's a Mobius yet.
Eyes on the prize.
I guess. Well, we kind of do.
It's another thing to see it for yourself, eh?
Ah! Get away!
So we can also run away from this squad who's chasing us. And while we're at it, we should be able to reach this container and unlock it. That one... Okay. Got to it. There's a chance the Vangs over there can aggro us first, but they did not. There is actually a useful item in there. The Garnet gives you a damage bonus for each opponent that's in the fight, and sometimes that is a good option in some of these battles ahead where we've got bosses who summon reinforcements, but still I think it's not the most optimal choice. And then we do have to fight this pair of enemies because we have to interact with the stone over there, and there's no way to get to it without killing these two first. That's unfortunate. Okay, and then we should be able to sneak around the Vangs here at least. If not outright avoiding them, we can run back to despawn them. I think we're gonna have to do that. Yeah. We can run away and then run back before they respawn to get to the rock. We'll get that husk later. Yeah, TLNT, it is optimal to change class now, but as I described earlier, depending on what enemies we end up killing to get to our experience thresholds, it's possible that Noah and Senna might not be at rank 10 yet, so I'm going to go ahead and do the next fight where they would be guaranteed to do it, and then change classes. So hitting level 15 just now still leaves us actually underleveled for the upcoming bosses, but we can make this work. It's not going to be easy. These are some tough fights ahead, but they are doable. And we've just acquired all the C rank classes on everyone, which is also not guaranteed to happen at that point.
Hey, Tyan, have you been hit?
But it would happen after the next boss if it didn't happen just there.
Then what?
The enemy's acting strangely. Something's off.
Off how?
Even when we engage, the other soldiers don't provide backup. It's like none of them have been given orders.
You're overthinking it.
I thought I was at first. Hey, Noah.
Yeah, I agree with Tyon. They did seem kind of slow to respond.
Oh no.
Okay, well on that mysterious note, we'll swap classes on Noah and Senna now. Noah goes to Heavy Guard, Senna becomes a Zephyr. And the cool thing about Noah running Heavy Guard is, I mentioned this earlier, now it makes sense to use Variable Turret, because this art has a very long duration, and if we fuse it with Wide Slash, then Noah will be avoiding every attack for as long as it lasts. Variable Turret isn't very efficient in terms of damage output or drawing aggro because it lasts such a long time and doesn't have a huge power multiplier, but it's really good for safety, and that's the most important property we're looking for in a defender right now. We'll keep Crash Out as the secondary art because it has a faster recharge than Uppercut Slash, and the AoE is also useful for helping to manage aggro against like some of the summons that happen in these boss fights. And yeah, we have Bull Rush, of course, for the topple. And then for Senna, she's going to use the usual Zephyr setup. So Airfang as the top art, Butterfly Blade for another art with a fast cooldown, and then Speed Demon to give herself the evasion stance. There's a couple of different reasonable choices for the master art for her, whereas Noah definitely wants to run Wide Slash. Solid Stance conflicts with Speed Demon, so we won't run that. Crash Out has the best cooldown, also an AoE with high aggro. Myopic Screen can help us complete combos, which can be valuable because Mio has not unlocked Myopic Screen herself, and previously we were using our Tactician as our second source of daze, just in case the Medic Gunner was using some other art and didn't daze in time. So we could opt to put Myopic Screen on Senna, just to be more certain that we're going to get that combo off. But we are still running Myopic Screen on Tyon, so for now I don't think it's worth doing. And then Ground Beat is the most damaging art that Senna can run, but it's not that much better than Crash Out and has a much longer cooldown, and also doesn't get a damage bonus on fusion in the same way that Crash Out doesn't, so there's no like big damage advantage for switching. So I think Crash Out is the best choice. She'll run Tailwind and Fighting Prowess. We want to switch to that. Maximize her damage. Noah's using Split Second Counter. Still not a very good effect, but it's more than Cypher Edge can do, and it does get applied throughout that Variable Turret Wide Slash fusion. So that's nice. And we'll put Accurate Grace on him just to help guarantee our topples. And the Nop-on Doll to go with it. Whereas Senna can take the gear support. There are other combinations that may make sense, like you might want to put the Nop-on Doll on the Zephyr and run max HP on Heavy Guard, but I like this setup. I'm surprised Noah can generate enough aggro for Dodge Turret to be viable. This early in the game, Aggravator does generate enough aggro to help make that work. Which of the base 6 class outfits would I wear outside? I like the Sword Fighter one. I wouldn't wear the Ogre jacket. I don't think I'd go for the lime green hoodie. I wouldn't go for the Zephyr jacket. I don't think I'm brave enough to rock the duster here, but it looks cool. The tactician outfit's pretty good too. But sword fighter is definitely the most normal, yes. Okay, so I think we're done with the setup. One last thing we're going to do here in Benel Cave, well, two last things, I guess. We'll hit up the rest spot and meet the Nopon here. Kikinu can give us our second Nopon Pebble as part of the Nopon Register quest. And then the Trader Pawn sells some other items. None of these are worth buying, though. So yeah, we'll ignore that. Although we should check if we can forge any more gems, which I don't think we can.
You know, you've got to take regular breaks.
Any of the other ones that are we're actually using anyway. Okay. I'm just gonna go down the line and get to rank 2. Okay, and then the medic gunner jacket does look cozy. I don't like the color combination that much. I don't even mind lime green. I just don't really love it with black. We're gonna try to harvest the ether on the other side of this pillar. Unfortunately, there's a squad of Kevesi who spawn in the middle of this area, and there's this. The only way we can drop aggro from them is to run past this Aspar, but we don't want to draw its aggro. So we have to wait for it to turn first. And then run by. And then run back. And again, hopefully not draw attention from the Aspar. And then also not get seen by the elite Aspar over here. Come on, okay. And we're gonna have to do it again. We weren't fast enough. This is really just for completionism's sake, to get that ether channel off the map. If you try to come back after this chapter, suddenly this place gets absolutely filled with Aspars and it's even harder to navigate, but if you come back much later when you're higher leveled, they won't aggro on you anymore, and you can do it then just fine. Or you can just not worry about it. It's an ether channel and there's plenty of ether in the game. Cool. I'm going to save here because we're trying not to get extra experience, and this is another fight where we might kill, just like with the fight against the Agnian trio last chapter. We might kill some of the enemies and then die, and we don't really want that extra experience on the refight. Alright, I'm going to control Uni to start, and I'm going to focus on one of the minions first, and then we'll take down the boss last.
We can get down from the left side. With any luck, we can lead them the wrong way.
Ethel! So unfortunate.
She read us like a book.
Ethel! Do you really not recognize us at all?
Why fight time? I think Ethel is much more like a maternal figure in this game, which is itself kind of weird because she's only 1 year older than most of the protagonists and the same age as Mio, but whatever.
Just what the spark did she see us as? Goggles?
She's right there. Why don't you ask her?
Right, we'll get a straight answer.
Okay, I'm going to focus on the sniper first just to limit the damage the enemies can do. So I'm actually using the focus mechanic. I'm focusing attacks. Once we take this down, I'm going to unfocus, but I will try to take out the healer in the squad. Okay, so unfocused attacks, but I'm going to target the rescuer. And then after that, I'll switch to controlling our Zephyr to start dodge tanking against Ethel. Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. I thought Mio was down and Ethel was attacking Lance, but Mio was still up.
Stay on guard for now. I'll draw them. Appreciate it.
No,
Can't hold them off.
stand in my way, you dog!
What? Did I read things wrong?
I'll get you ship-shape in no time! Come at me all you like! I'll cut you down! I'll get you ship-shape in no time! Come on now!
You won't get
Keep it
away
together,
them
lads.
off.
I know you can!
Thanks.
Right there! Ha! Is that it?
I'll get you up in a sec, everyone.
The good thing about this fight is that Ethel doesn't have much in the way of AoE attacks, so it's... Even though she can kill an individual character pretty quickly, it's pretty rare for her to actually wipe the party, I think. I'm going to do one chain attack immediately, just to get her down to hopefully around 50%, and then we should have enough time to charge up a second chain attack that will be lethal.
I just thought of a great idea!
I'll take point. More where that came from.
It's never actually been canonically confirmed that the turns are 10 to 20. I suppose not. But little Ethel is not really like look much older than like 12.
I used my thinking muscles for this one. I used my thinking muscles for this one.
Hit them where they least expect!
Yeah, attack her.
Allow me!
Let me think. Yeah, so I want to. I guess I want to save Senna. Okay. Is Lance in a good spot? No. Whatever.
This'll end it. This isn't the end. Give it up. This should be our plan of attack.
Okay. Best choice is to finish with either of our healer orders, because that will make our attacker go again. So we'll pick Tyons. I'll finish this with Uni, so we're using up our defenders first, and then Mio, and then Uni.
Here's
You do generate aggro during chain attacks, so that's presumably why Ethel switched to Tyon there. Cool. Dodged Million Flash. Very nice. Until the last hit, unfortunately. Good job, Lance. This is another case where we want to get the enemy to pretty low HP before we go for the chain attack. I'm going to aim to get down to basically under the level indicator, just to be ultra safe about it. Because we certainly don't want to fail the chain attack kill after already going through the rest of this fight. We even got a break. That's pretty good. I think it'll last long enough for us to revive the... Wow. Okay, Noah going down might scuttle that. Unfortunate. Everyone's dying. The AI healers prioritize reviving defenders first, and then healers, and then attackers, which is kind of bad. You really wish they'd just go for reviving fellow healers, because losing all your healers is the lost condition. Losing your defenders or having them down for a second is not. But, oh well. Should be good to go. Senna's order is the best. So we'll just do the exact same routine, but we should finish this with a kill fairly easily. Probably in the second round. Is it worth ending chain attacks early to avoid the overkill XP? Like just avoid the 200% entirely. That's something I could do, but I think that would lead to a lot of frustration with some of the most difficult boss fights. Like the next two in particular, if you have to fight to the end without using the chain attack to finish, it's so easy to get in a situation where you just get killed, where the enemy has like 2% HP left, and it's very frustrating. I'm gonna go with Tyon's order. Because I think that should secure the kill pretty easily. And I have turned off the overkill setting, but there is still the 200% overkill you get for finishing the chain attack with the kill. So, and that can't be turned off.
She's way too good.
Well, I guess we don't call her Silvercoat Ethel for nothing, eh? Tight pinch keeps getting tighter! Mimi? Understood. Ready?
Yeah, Kalina, the easiest thing is really just to
Why not?
plan for the 200% bonus.
We could just wind up killing her.
Yes, but...
happened? She just stopped.
What? What am I fighting against here?
Maybe now. Ethel! It's me!
Her left-hand blade is a short sword. I wouldn't call it
You say no?
dagger length, really, but it's noticeably shorter than the right-hand one.
Oh, if needs must. Really? This is why I can't stand fog. And we were just getting to the good part.
Console. I'm... What am I...
Silence! You were pathetic.
Ethel!
I suppose it's more fun this way. Well, don't you agree? It's the big bad boss. Boom!
Love that line. But I'm going to take an intentional death at the start of this fight so that, because in the tutorial you're not allowed to open the battle menu and give up, and I want to get out of this and be able to save again, I'm just going to get killed, and then I'm allowed to give up. And even if you do what the tutorial is saying and try to interlink, it still doesn't let you out until you finish the battle. So, gotta die.
I'm still okay. You might want to hang back.
We've got to interlink first.
I also can't change characters because the tutorial is about making no interlink.
We've got to interlink first.
I'm gonna sheath my weapon and then let him kill me, and that should end the fight.
We've got to interlink first.
Do you like my power?
Cool. Retry, no. And now I'm gonna spawn outside the arena. Cool. Okay, so a couple adjustments to make before we save and get into that next fight. This one's really hard. There's just a lot that can go wrong in the last part of it, and basically the chief danger is towards the end, your healers get hit by an AoE and they both go down and then you just lose. So I'm going to equip them both for survivability with Iron Temple Guards on both of them as opposed to using the wing necklace. Also, since we're really trying to maximize our chain damage for this fight, I'll put the Steel Cleaver gem on Tyon. And we could have technically done this earlier, but we acquired access to our C aptitude classes a little bit earlier than we necessarily could have. So in particular, Uni is now able to change out Dark Banner for Giant Swing, which does make Ethereal Ability useless, but Giant Swing is still way better than Dark Banner. So, alas. So everyone has acquired their C aptitude classes, but notably Tyon does not have any in this first set. He gets D aptitude in both Heavy Guard and Sword Fighter. And Senna, conversely, doesn't have any D aptitude classes because she gets C in both Sword Fighter and Medic Gunner. So Tyon loses out here, and the effect of that is that he still can't use any other art besides Myopic Screen as his fusion art. We'll have to wait for one more fight before he can do that. What would you even do if you had a Giant Swing? I'd probably swing on it. If you died in the Mobius phase, do you have to refight the console phase? No. Okay, so I got the HP boost, Steel Cleaver, swing. Yeah, okay. Should be good.
It's good to keep a record.
Okay, let's get into this.
Here I come!
Listen, girl.
See if we get a break, and if so, we'll topple first. Yeah. And then interleak after the combo's done.
We've got to interlink first.
I need you, Mio. Nice. That's what I'm talking about.
On hard mode, you basically can't fill up the talent gauge for your Ouroboros form. When your interlink level is just 1. So the main function of interlinking is going to be as a temporary invincibility thing, more than using it for its own damage potential. Consul K uses his bodyguard art to summon bodyguards, as you might be able to guess. We're going to try to take out the summons first, generally. And the first wave is just a blocker, and then he starts bringing in... the next time he does it, it's 2 reinforcements and then 3. And the third wave is when things sometimes go south.
Let me give you a taste. Watch it.
No escape.
So we're almost halfway to charging our chain attack. What we're going to do is we're going to clear the second wave of reinforcements he summons and wait for him to go use bodyguard a third time, and as soon as he summons the third wave, then we'll use our chain attack, our first chain attack. That should make sure that the team is stable. We'll be able to use healing arts in the chain attack if we have to. We might be able to combo Consul K during the chain attack to stun him. It'll make some more breathing room for us to deal with the other 3 troops he summons. I missed.
Come on now. I'm serious.
Good work, Uni. You used Overclock Buster at the right time.
Ready whenever.
Eat this. Time for a double whammy.
I'm serious. Just one. How about this?
I'll show you.
Oh, come on now.
You want to get away? Eat this. You might want to hang back.
So yeah, now we're just waiting for him to use bodyguard before we launch the chain attack. Sonic Straight is an AoE attack. Again, it's like a cone in front, so it's good if we can avoid that. I actually want to hold Healing Ring for after the chain attack, if possible. So, yeah. Summons are in. Let's go. But this should bring Consul K down fairly low in health, and then we'll use the other 3 enemies to build up our chain meter again so that we can finish with the chain attack.
This should be our plan of attack. I'll make it one.
Tyon is best. We definitely don't want to use a defender order. We'll give Uni a chance to break. We got it. So that's good. So we should be able to topple during this chain attack. Let's see. Can we topple right now? Oh, no, because I don't have... Senna's not a heavy guard anymore. Okay. Yeah, let's go... What's this? Then our fusion art once again. There's actually a bit of an argument that maybe Lance's order would be good here. Give everyone attack up after this chain attack. But let's run Noah's order and see if we can hit amazing. We did not get Noah back though, so we can't topple. Yeah, so that didn't work out. Lance's order would have been slightly better, but it's okay. The 3 reinforcements include a healer, so we're going to try to take that out now. We also launched the console, so that's cool. Where's Tyon?
Let me give you a take. How about this? No escape. You won't get away.
Good, and then the blocker, and then we should be most of the way to having our second chain attack. So the AI will automatically, when you get to level 2 in your interlink pair, the AI has like a 50-50 shot of just activating interlink right then and there. Otherwise, it'll wait till rank 3. But also, if either character in the pair is on critical HP, it will also activate Ouroboros. And that tends to be very counterproductive, because, at least on hard mode, especially if one of the members of that team is a healer, it's a lot worse to pull your healer off the field than it is to leave like the other person at low HP. And unfortunately, we cannot change that setting at all until the very end of Chapter 3. How well did the Xeno games run on the totally official Nintendo PC? With recent updates, pretty well. I mean, I have a fairly good, totally legitimate hardware. So that helps. But overall, yeah, pretty good. At least this one. I don't think I've actually... I haven't tried to. No comment, James. One thing I haven't mentioned about chain attack mechanics is, you know how the damage multiplier goes up in each round? That's a randomized amount set in a certain range, but if you use what's called a key pair, where when you're satisfying a particular order, you use the partner of that character, and there are like key pairs between heroes and the Ouroboros characters too, but if I were to use Lance right now, because he's Senna's Ouroboros partner, he would have a higher chance of producing the maximum damage increase in the ratio from this round to the next round. So It's not always worth really worrying about that, but in this situation, it should be doable to go for it. Well, maybe not. Ion should get like at least 80 something EP. Lance will get like 18. So we might fall short. It's not going to matter though, because we're close enough to the end here that we'll finish the chain anyway. And yeah, this should be enough. Would Senna herself get that boost? I think not. I don't think that if you match yourself, I don't think that counts as a key pair.
Did we do it?
Wait! Something's wrong.
The light's being drawn in.
Same as when Noah and Mimi.
Yeah, the hero partners are their inheritors. And for the non-DLC heroes, it's mutual.
He looks exactly like that other one.
So all the heroes who give their class to Noah
The one controlling the troops.
work as a key pair for Noah's order. Just like Noah works as a key pair for their order. For the DLC characters, because the DLC, I guess, couldn't modify the key pair list for the base game characters, the Ouroboros characters get the bonus on the hero orders, but the heroes do not get the bonus on the main character orders.
Any good? He did it again. No way. He's stealing from the clocks.
My dear boy, your vaunted intuition is shit! I'm not stealing from them. I, as Mobius, have the right to do with the flame clocks as I please. You may hurt me as much as your heart's desire, but where there is life and vitality, I'm afraid I shall not fall. Come now. Why don't you give it your best shot? And have at me! If you think you can.
Stop attacking! Uni! Lance!
You must be fucking joking!
If we let up now, he'll take us down.
But our friends from Colony 4!
Wake up, Noah! They're not your friends anymore. They're his fuel.
Even so!
These soldiers will nourish me like glitter radishes in season, and we can always grow plenty more. If I need a little extra, I can pluck them whenever I want.
He's killing more of our friends the more we hate him. There has got to be a way. What if we... But then...
What? Did you think of something? Come on!
The flame clock. What if we smashed it?
You what? How should I know something like... Do you mean...
But what if we just end up killing everybody?
If we keep fighting like this, we're all dead.
Rock in a hard place, huh?
Whatever life is lost, I won't let you shoulder it all alone.
Mia.
I think it's about time we entered the final act.
All right.
We'll try it. Lance!
What's up?
Draw his attention for me.
And then what?
I'll get in close and destroy the flame clock.
What? But if you do that...
We've got to. It's the only way. On my head be it!
The spark you on about? I'm not gonna let you take the fall alone. Nah, snuff it. Fine. Have it your way. Get going, Uni!
Cover fire! Leave it to me!
Tyon, Senna, we need you too.
Understood.
Just say when, guys.
Thanks, everyone. I'll count down from 3. 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
I know what you're thinking. However... if I keep on firing pot shots, I'm bound to hit one of you sooner or later, preferably sooner!
Oh, crap! Noah!
Mimi!
You sure? I'm a nobody. I'm just practicing, Senna. There's no need for this. Sorry.
Watch out! Come on! They want to take you out the running! We can take care of ourselves! Just go!
Lance, that form. You mean...
Hey, I'm here too! Senna as well! So then...
Well, looky here. Found you! The mother!
Lance! We can't keep this up!
Crap! Dig it up! Is that it? Alright, now for the coup de grace. Get a load of this!
To where this was taken.
I think Yorin did the right thing. We can go through here, and then we're out! You must! Flee for the colony!
Dim away!
My wounds.
They're already gone.
Did I? I did this.
Whoa. There's time for that later.
Ah, right. Noah, Mio, now's our chance.
Yeah!
What? The fuck? This is absurd! Can't see a damn thing! Where are they? Where have they gone? I can't see anything! Hey, mother! Why, you little... When did you get the jump on me? In that case...
Now you start to open your eyes. Bad fucking cat.
I can't heal!
No, that's nothing, shit! Go now! Do it!
Mio!
Yeah!
Huh? What?
Did that not do it?
How is it so strong?
Then we'll try!
No use. Bloody embers.
Oh, the futility! The flame clock is life itself! essence of the will to live. I very much doubt it's going to break that easily now, is it?
Smart. We must have it too.
A fool's errand indeed. But you know I appreciate what you've done for bringing your lovely selves so close up. Because now I can look upon you in all your radiance.
It'll be okay. Noah and friends will set things right. Even armor of Veronis gets sliced to itsy bits.
If it can really take a Veronis clean out, then maybe...
Mio! Try again! Cancel the interlink after we jump!
What's the plan?
Looks like the time's come!
What are you talking about?
Philo, ready when you are.
No! Your interlink? But why? Impossible! The flame clock cannot be broken! What is this? Who are these people? The flame clock's power utterly lost! No! But how?
How's Ethel? Everyone okay?
She's gonna be fine.
Seems she only lost consciousness.
Right. That's good. Which leaves...
Someone who deserves a real thrashing.
All right.
With our lives like they're nothing.
Whew, that was awesome.
Meat.
But we're gonna call a quick timeout here. Sorry to kill the mood. We did just level up, but we're still under the enemy level, actually. We're just level 16. So the Apprentice fan braces still work. But what we're gonna trade out is, well, a couple things. We just unlocked all the classes on everyone. So that means we can run Myopic Screen on Mio as a second daze, and trade Myopic Screen on Tyon for either Crash Out or Ground Beat. In this case, we want max damage, so Ground Beat. And the other thing we can do is we can spend 10 of our Nopon coins to raise our rank in Ogre on Noah to 5, so that he can also get fighting prowess and maximize his damage as well. So now we can equip that instead of split-second counter. And I believe that's all we need to do right now. Should be good to go. Yeah, I think so. Theoretically, we could also buy fighting prowess on Uni, but it's not really worth the expense. It's efficient to spend your Nopon coins for D-aptitude classes, because those are the people who have the hardest time trading in those classes naturally. So we generally won't be spending Nopon coins on other classes besides those. The other new thing we got is Noah's new talent art, Infinity Blade, which has the exact same recharge gauge as Mad Taunt, actually. So on Heavy Guard, it's basically a straight upgrade. Instead of an AoE no damage taunt attack that just applies a fixed amount of aggro to every opponent, now we get something that has 1,000% power multiplier and hits every enemy in a fairly large area in front. So it's pretty good. Nice to have. Okay, A zone.
You won't get away with this!
We're in the middle of the final battle in Chapter 2. So Mega Sonic Strait is the Mega version of Sonic Strait, also an AoE, so we're going to try to avoid it if we can. But because this enemy is a lot bigger, it's harder to get away to the sides. And if we want to stay close to our defenders and make sure they're healthy, we can't run away as much. Because they're farther from the sides of the enemy, like we can't heal them from here. Just moving Senna into the regeneration field. This will probably take 3 chain attacks. We'll take our first one more or less instantly, although I'm going to gather the party around Lance in the hopes of keeping them in range of his attack outfield as we do this. And yes, he did just insta-kill Taion. Mobius K is perfectly capable of insta-killing all of our non-defenders and does like 80% with his strongest arts to our defenders. Go with Taion's order. Get that physical defense down. And we'll try for a break, which we don't get. In a chain attack, you always count as being in every position, basically. So you don't have to worry about being in the right spots for positional arts to work. K does have an annoyingly high block rate, especially from the front. So really the best place to attack him from is gather the party from the back. The directional block rates do still apply during a chain attack, but that's kind of harder to manage. It also makes Senna's order somewhat more valuable to try to reduce the chance that he blocks. We might not get Bravo off of this. There is, we can try to do our best to maximize our chances by using Lance last before Uni, because if you use characters from the same faction and consecutive attacks, there is like 1 extra TP that you get from that, and that was enough, so we got it. Okay, let's ungather the party now, so they can actually attack. Mighty Orb shackles blocking, so similar to how we had Shackle healing before. It prevents the character affected from ever blocking attacks. It's worse for Noah than for Senna, because Senna's relying more on evasion than blocking, but it still hurts. Ooh, nice break.
They're sparking me yet. I'll have you up and at 'em in no time. Let me give you a taste. More where that came from. Eat this.
You can't win.
They're sparking me yet.
You're pushing yourself too hard.
I need you, Mia. You won't get through them. I'll show you. Harry.
Noah almost did the pro gamer move and helped himself survive by using his talent art when he was about to get killed, but he actually lived with like 61 HP instead of just 1, so that wasn't crucial.
I'll draw them perfectly. I'm sorry.
Noah!
Eat this!
You dare.
I've lost the enemy!
What?
You're dealing with me!
Look at that.
I'll get you, Jake! Let's go!
Get over here!
Tyler, your tactics will win the day!
Don't make it too easy for us.
I might have the answer! Yippee!
Good, we got Senna to start this time. Nice to see.
I'll take point. More where that came from. Watch it.
And one for good measure!
Observe my strategy. I'll make
Ion next. No luck on the break.
I can follow that up!
It's really funny to do these chain attacks with the enemy facing the wrong way.
keep hitting hard.
Watch it. Okay. Now I'm pumped up.
Leave it to uni! Too right to pick mine!
You need last order because she's an attacker. Cool. I do want to try for a break again. Still didn't get it. Sad.
I was waiting for this.
It ain't over yet!
Okay, so we're not going to do any more chain attacks until the final one, and we're going to try to get the enemy down to basically the 1 and the 17 there at the level 17, because if we get bad orders, that's about the level of where we can be guaranteed to still kill no matter what. I didn't want the AI to do that, but we'll live with it.
They're sparking me yet. You might want to hang back. You're a lifesaver. What?
Getting blocked is very frustrating for Ouroboros because the recoil from blocking the animation is incredibly long. It just wastes so much of your very limited interlink time. Yeah, no Ouroboros order until the very end of Chapter 3, as a matter of fact.
You won't get away.
Keep up the pressure!
Eat this.
I can still do this! You're pushing yourself too hard!
Need to heal Mio first. That's the absolute priority. And I can try to save myself with my talent art. Yep. Cool. Unfortunately, still drew aggro after that revive and died. Oh well. Yeah, this fight is one of the longer ones, I think, in the game. There's going to be an even longer Mobius fight. It's just the way these things go on hard mode with when we have relatively limited tools and yeah. Means it really sucks to lose in the last phase here. He even gets a healing move, obnoxiously enough. Uni, you used Overclock Buster right before my days. How dare you? Well, the team's in pretty good shape right now, so hopefully this holds up for another minute or so. Good. Alright. Yeah, I'll wait just a moment longer. And then gather the party around lands and go for it. Okay. Yeah, no order. No reason to go for breaks now, we're just going for max damage all the way. To be safe about this, I'm not going to try for the P-pair bonus. I'm just going to make sure I get to 150. Ion's order. Okay, this should be good enough. Attack up on everyone. So we actually managed to get the party all around Lance this time. Game's kind of finicky about that. Like, it'll even reposition people dynamically as you start the chain attack if it thinks there's not enough room to put people in the right spots. And yeah, Uni did it, but since we finished the order, Tyon will just make extra sure. Whew. All right. And you just saw Uni and Tyon mastered a skill. That is very calculated. If you do Migratory Circe and then all the required fights through the end of the chapter, you will get 633 class points with B aptitude, and you need 630 to reach rank 5 in those attacker classes. So Tyon has basically just finished training in Ogre, and Uni will be next.
Just playing around, was he? Let's take a look at this ugly mudder's face.
Yeah.
That's only true at these levels, by the way. So if you did more grinding beforehand and were a higher level, you wouldn't get as much CP.
This guy... He's so different from us. Is this what consuls look like?
All wrinkled. Just like Guernica. Is this what aging's like?
I don't know.
Ah, it's you. I see. I'm so sorry. All I remember is that I was fighting against some abhorrent creatures. And you tell me it was you. So this is the consul. This is how he really looks.
He's fading. Just like during a homecoming.
No! I don't want to die!
Nope, no way. You're not sending him on. You realize how messed up that is?
Huh? You think so?
How do you not? Think about the things this guy did.
He tried to kill us all and rob the soldiers of their remaining life.
You're right. Both of you are right. And Mio?
Honestly, I'm not sure I would.
Okay.
Oh, I'll just do it anyway.
Just now, I felt his essence brush past me. It felt just the same as ours. So, I feel I have to do this, you know?
Mio, have you ever touched a mote of light from a Kavesi? They're the same as ours. On the other side, the people live hoping the same things as us.
Well, he's started now.
Sometimes he's just too kind.
That or he just loves his job. He too by the book.
An airhead. That's what he is. Don't think he's thinking about it too deeply.
Just doing it because it's part of his nature, eh? Weirdo.
I concur.
Mimi.
Sorry. You didn't have to help.
It's fine. It's our duty.
I'm worried I didn't play well.
But why? You did it expertly, just like last time.
I still can't stop shaking.
Because of the flame clock.
Yeah. I was terrified.
Still, all thanks to your decision, we're alive. You're really something.
It was a team effort.
Alina, it's also because I haven't previously rendered some of these scenes, so the shaders aren't prepared.
Commander! You're Agnes!
Lower your weapons, Boliaris.
Come again?
I'll explain everything to you later. Please, Boliaris.
Sure.
Then it seems the flame clock is indeed gone, as you say. And yet, I'm seeing nothing of these symbols you speak of. It seems evident you possess something that we do not have.
I see. Sorry for getting you involved.
No need to apologize. Exceptional as this is, I consider it a blessing to be freed from constant battle.
Glad to hear you say that. I was pretty worried.
Are you sure it's okay for us to be hanging around here?
My troops are under strict orders. It's true you three are affiliated with Agnes, but we also owe you our lives. We should count our blessings, no?
This feels awkward.
We can stick it out.
Sorry. This is kind of our fault.
Don't worry about it. You heard Ethel, right?
So that's a tutorial about Noah's new Infinity Blade art, and then we're going to get another tutorial about soul trees, because we've unlocked all three Ouroboros pairings. Not every form, though. And now, so on Noah, Uni, and Lance, we have access to an interlink menu where we can upgrade those Ouroboros forms.
You found power.
I'm going to come back to this in just a minute. But first, we're going to run around Colony 4 and pick up some items.
It seems we can still strengthen the Ouroboros power further.
Let's a couple of containers inside the Piranhas for us to pick up.
This has got to be worth a bunch.
With some silver Nopon coins. And I believe the last one gives us some extra soul points. Just take in the scenery for a second.
All right. Come on, don't fail me
This
now.
should prove useful later.
Nice, fine. Ha!
We can come up here to the command room and meet Boliaris and Ethel. Get some affinity points for that. There's also a location out here, which you might not ever visit if you're not being a completionist, although there is a quest that takes you there eventually. Yeah. And then back this way, around this upper level on the outside of the Piranhas, there's the third container. Monolith did do a good job making this look nice on the Switch. It's still very limited by the hardware, and I think it's wonderful to see it in something better than 720p. But Xenoblade 3 looks a lot better than Xenoblade 2 did, where they really had to compromise on the visual quality a lot to make that run.
Figures are staring at us. Let's try to put it out of our minds, Senna.
At the commissary, this one actually sells some useful items, which is unusual for colony commissaries. I'm going to buy a spare gear support, mostly just to make it easier to run multiple people through evasion classes that might want to use a gear support without having to swap their accessories around first or after. Buy a pair of hero gloves just in case we want an accessory or a dexterity boost, but we probably won't ever need that. And a steam belt as well. This is like almost as good as our silver belt. It has just generally applicable. Attackers like this accessory. We will find some rare ones pretty soon, so probably don't need this, but we'll go ahead and grab one. We could theoretically talk to a few more residents. The end of the chapter is going to be as soon as we walk in, walk over there and reach that marker. Before we get there, I'm going to make a couple of adjustments to the party. We'll switch back to wing necklaces on our healers. And we're done training an ogre, so Uni and Tyon are going to switch out. Uni will become our next ogre. And Tyon, instead of becoming a sword fighter with D aptitude, will go over and train in Zephyr right now. So we'll only run one attacker for the moment. Uni can take the black mask for now. We'll set up her arts the usual way. Cannonball. But her master art's going to be Ether Cannon, which is really, really strong. 400%. Terrible cooldown, but what can you do? And it does have... actually, I want to double check this. I'm pretty sure Ether Cannon has a damage bonus infusion, but it might have a duration, which would be disappointing. But I think it is damage. Anyway, it's pretty powerful. She'll use ethereal ability to enhance that. Equip. Accurate Grace, and we've got the Black Mask. And for Tyon, we've got Tailwind. He will also equip the gear support. Airfang, Butterfly Blade, Speed Demon. Crash Out is pretty good on Zephyr. And he's got Fighting Prowess equipped, so that's correct. And then lastly, we'll go through the Soul Trees. So there's actually one of the tutorials about the Soul Tree explains that you can't cancel arts in your Ouroboros form until you get the Unlock Arts Canceling node. The thing is, we're not going to be able to buy this. I guess theoretically, if we beelined it on some of the characters, we could get to this, but we're not going to be able to buy it before we get to the point where we unlock the Agnian versions of the Ouroboros forms. And it's actually more efficient to switch back and forth between forms to use new arts than it is to cancel your own arts into each other. So if you're aware of that, then this arts canceling node becomes a lot less attractive. So we're not really going to prioritize that at all. It'll become helpful later just to make it easier to pilot some of the Ouroboros forms, but we're not really using most Ouroboros forms for damage at all for most of the game. The only exception will be Uni and Tyon when they're able to switch between them. So what we're going to try to build toward is utility and then having the right skills and stuff and enhancements for the chain attack damage they can do. Someone's talking about audio. Yeah, sorry if there were any issues. I still don't know what's causing that with the game audio sometimes. I wish I knew. But anyway, the first thing we're going to acquire on Noah is Glorious Wing, which will let him distribute the power charge buff to the entire party. What power charge does is it makes your next art 50% stronger. That's another independent damage multiplier. So frequently, if we want to really make sure that our chain attacks go well, we'll want to have Noah interlink and use Glorious Wing right before we trigger the chain attack so that everyone has a power charge buff when we go in. So that comes first. Wing Force, Heat Control Time, and then Power Charge, so that Glorious Wing. And we'll also grab Attack Plus here, the 75 points, because that raises this early on. That's a huge bonus. It's more than 1/3 increase in his damage output. And also Satisfying Piercer. We could take Omnipresent Blade as well. Because we have such limited time in Ouroboros form, we can't really stack crits and charge this up very quickly, so we'll take this for now. Power charge is not only for physical in this game. It applies to both physical and ether arts. On Uni, we have to take the first node and also the second node. And then, for right now, we want Wings of Pursuit and the attack up, second attack up node. So this is fixed amount, this is a percentage. Take Wings of Pursuit just to help clear some group fights that we're going to encounter very soon. And then the next thing we're going toward is Liberty Wing, which will be our failsafe art. If all of our healers are dead, but Uni and Tyon are still up, then we can have them interlink and use Glorious Wing to revive the whole party. So once we unlock that, we won't be checkmated as soon as both of our healers go down, assuming neither of them is Uni or Tyon. There's another way the game kind of disincentivizes you from having Uni or Tyon as healers. Weirdly. Okay, so we'll save the rest of our TP for Liberty Wing. And then on Lance, we have to take the block rate boost. After that, we're going to go for Tyon Titan Fists, which is an art that inflicts shackle block. It's not very consistent, but it can be useful against certain enemies to shackle their block rate and then let the party ignore that for a while. It's also a much faster art than one of the ones he has equipped right now. And then we'll just go through his skills. So strength and adversity, more damage for against enemies who are targeting you, attack plus, and then we'll save for heat control time to help him stay in Ouroboros form longer. For arts, we're going to swap out Ray of Punishment for Titan Fists. On Uni, I'm going to put Raptor Raid at the top for convenience later. And on Noah, Unison Strike is terrible. Glorious Wing will replace it. Okay. And I'll point out, I guess, we are at level 17 with 0 experience. All ready for next time. Patrick, lots of the arts names in this game are references to arts from previous games. Almost all of them, I think.
The consul we fought back there.
Uh-huh.
Oddly, he was strikingly similar to our own consul.
Both sides are gonna have consuls. Why is that odd?
More accurately, not just similar. They're the same.
They're the same? Are they really?
Our colonies regard each other as enemies. But if the consuls giving the orders are the same, it means...
It means? Come on. Just spit it out, man.
Are consoles such a big deal? I thought they were everywhere, like your run-of-the-mill Nopon.
Riku refused to let remark of Uni slide.
Got that right? Nopon are rare species world cannot live without. Protect at all cost.
Leaving Nopon out of this? What's this mean? That these guys are mega suspicious?
Yes. I suspect they may be more deeply involved than we thought.
Involved how, though? With what?
With the reason why we fight. With deciding our fate.
Our fate.
No, we never get an explanation for how
Queens? You think
the Nopon
they're
are
in cahoots?
part of this world.
What can you tell us about your queen?
I think we've only laid eyes on her once. Right?
Yeah. At the homecoming, I think.
There's some things that are mentioned,
She
like
had long silver hair.
an apparent agreement between the Nopon caravans and
Proper pretty
Mobius
wings, too.
not to
Wings?
interfere with each other.
Like yours, Uni.
Sort of, but they were much more of a shining white.
Well, as for our queen, she was really elegant. Refined and graceful. And her ears, they were super long. Up to here.
Guess that means our queens are different folks, all right?
The consuls are kind of like the queen's servants, right?
The castles. Their role is to convey the queen's directives to the colonies, along with handling admin and decision-making.
So what? If we explain the deal to the queen, you think she might actually get the picture? Yeah?
Pretty much.
I don't recommend getting your hopes up.
Oh yeah?
The queens sit at the very pinnacle of the hierarchy.
So you think they won't even give us the time of day, huh?
I'm saying they might be the same as the consuls, our enemy.
What?
Also, somehow that consul, he became Mobius.
Or maybe Mobius is the consuls.
Ooh.
The situation's already dire enough. It'd be best to temper our expectations.
Is that so? Colony 4. Henceforth, all orders are rescinded. Eliminate Ouroboros at all cost. Make this known throughout the colonies. Ouroboros has no place in this world. Their existence must be erased without a trace.
And that brings us to the end of chapter 2. So we're going to call it quits there, and I'll see you guys next time. We'll pick up for chapter 3, and there's a lot going on in chapter 3. That's when we pick up a lot of new heroes, and the class changing shenanigans get a lot more intense. And a lot more of the mechanics get really fleshed out, including our first heroes. So looking forward to that. Thanks for being here, everyone. I appreciate the participation in the chat and all the support. So it's been fun, and have a good day.